I will say what I have to do. I will say what I have to say.
I didn't ask you a question. I said, would it be fair for an average human who has lost loved ones because in the hands of these people, and when they kill them, did they tell them, say, Allahu Akbar, would they kill you because you're not gonna leave this land for us? Just like Uto has said. He said that he specifically said that they are there because the people refuse to give their land to them. So if people have lost their loved ones in the hands of people who kill them for that reason, would it be fair for you to call them emotional? That's actually what's, why I interrupted you.
It will be fair for them to want to know who is responsible for it, for what happened to their loved ones. So again, it comes down to the question, do you want the emotionally satisfying answer or do you want the actual answer? Because often the two are not the same. So because you heard some illiterate wearing rubber slippers telling you Allah Akbar, I'm here to kill you to take your land, and maybe that's what you want to believe, versus what may actually be going on. Again, you then have a choice to make. Do you want to find out what is actually going on and who is actually orchestrating this? Do you want to know why this illiterate wearing rubber slippers has weapons that your military does not have?
It's okay.
Go ahead AK-47 and AK-47 that costs. Are you going to let me talk?
Would you also distance that from what he mentioned about?
You have to let me finish talking, please.
All right. So
an AK-47 that costs $6,000 at least on the secondary market. Where did this semi-literate wearing rubber slippers get it from? Who gave it to him? How is this semi-literate wearing rubber slippers able to operate a military-grade drone and other air support for their operation against your village? How did they do it? Did they learn that skill in a mosque? Who taught them? Who gave them that equipment? Again, you have to force yourself to ask and answer the right questions instead of just constantly looking for the emotionally satisfying outbursts, right? Military equipment is not cheap. War is very expensive. Who gave these people that equipment? Where did they get it from? Who funded their training? It's one thing to even get hold of the equipment. It's another thing to even learn how to use it. There's all kinds of logistics. There's all kinds of funding. There's all kinds of supply routes. How do those things happen? You are in some place in some, Sahelian or sub-Saharan environment in the middle of nowhere, and somehow these people are able to maintain this huge logistical operation. How did they do it? You are in an area where there are no physical all-weather roads. It is physically impossible to drive to this place, maybe on the day that it rains or something. It's one of those many places in the hinterlands of Nigeria where are not even physically accessible. These people there have whole camps. They have air support. They have motorcycles. They have fuel supply. They have food supply. They have condoms. They have, all sorts of things. They have AK-47s. They have rocket launchers. Where did they get that equipment from? Equipment that even the national military doesn't have. That is the question you have to ask. Instead of just running after the emotionally satisfying explanation of, oh, is this crazy Muslim that wants to kill me? Okay, let's say there is a crazy Muslim that just wants to kill you. Who is supplying these crazy Muslims with the things that let them kill you? How is it possible? And then is where you start to unravel the actual ugliness of what is going on. And you get to find out who is ultimately responsible for it, not who is the foot soldier that may or may not have killed your family member. And I understand that's a very painful experience to go through, but that person is the foot soldier. So if you want to base your entire worldview around that foot soldier that you saw, then you're not going to reach a very intelligent conclusion.
Let's hear
you want to find out who is behind this foot soldier.
I'm inspired. I'm ready. I'm grateful to all of you. This is an opportunity of lifetime to break the shackle of poverty, ignorance, to put freedom in the hearts of our people, to ensure democracy survives, not the noise making, not the rascality of a street convention. We cannot submit to disobedience of a lawful order of the court. We must embrace the judiciary, whether it favors us or it doesn't. We submit to this principle of democracy, separation of power, and understanding of the dynamics of it, and the nationhood that Nigeria is. That we must build one country. There's no other way to the path that we embrace to national greatness other than build one nation, one common vision for progress, prosperity of our people. That's what we must do. That's what Renew Hope is all about. You must give them that hope. But try as much as possible. Men and women of integrity that are here in this room, to build a Nigeria. They want to scare me off. It's a lie. I've been through this path before. And if I have to come back over and over and over again, I'll do the same thing. There is no better place than your own country. And no one can build it except you. We saw great things. We see skyscrapers. We wonder how the plane takes off and fly out from one destination to the other. These are no magic of yesterday. It is the thinker of tomorrow and the future that can elevate life, that can reform us all. And being a transformative leader that you are in a good company. Don't be afraid. I've listened to you. This economy, I didn't have to look back because the truth is, I took over for myself. The late Buhari is me. He was a partner. And if I took over from him, is that not from myself? So, if something is wrong, fine. Live with it, correct it, move on. The life voyage is not going to be easy. And so many of you that are traveling with me, I can only stand before you and say you will not regret it. That is why we ask you to renew their hope. If they don't want to see the hope in the roads that we bridge, in the children we raise, in the economy we are growing, we lend them Jiggy Bola. We give them eyeglasses. I can assure you, this is whatever You say I do. But one thing that you need from me is a promise that I won't run away from Biafra. With you, the deal is done. No other thing. Whatever we need to do, coordinate from the world level and build on our understanding. We act as one family. You represent a conscience, a nation that want to break the shackle of poverty, ignorance, and hopelessness. You are in a good company. That's all I can say. And all I can promise is that I won't give up. During the primary that got me here, hey, it was tough. During the general election, it was tough. Now that if you look at it, one of them, no one without history among these calabash. No one without history. The head was the chairman of the Privatization Council of Nigeria. In this country, one time, he privatized the steel industry in Delta. Is it working today? No. No ounce. They privatized Ajakuta. Is it working today? No. Go on the list. They privatized another man's political party. That one say no.
All right. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining me this evening, and or whatever time of day you are in. Thank you for joining me. And I've just played some of the videos of the events that are occurring around mostly Nigeria, and the discussion with David Hudein this week. And I'm going to play some more videos about some of the things going on overseas with Iran and Trump. However, the conversation we are due to have, I thought I should make clear that even when it gets difficult, it's not intended to insult, discriminate, offend any group of people, gender, race, tribe, anything really. The purpose of the conversation is to create understanding. And I really hope when people come here, they have an open mind to learn, not to come and posture and try to look good for people. I think the best way to look good is to have an open mind and help the conversation move forward, so that all the ideas that are being discussed, the issues that are being discussed, that leads to better understanding of the issues. And I think when we do that, we arrive at better and a clearer understanding of the issues that are facing us. And I really hope that people come in with an open mind. This is not a I don't know why some people think that they are winning an award. There's no award. And the only award is for us to understand ourselves and better able to deal with our problem because we understand. When you understand problems, you're better able to deal with them. So that's what our focus should truly be. This, and if you have grudges against somebody, please park it somewhere. There's no need to bring grudges here. I think this panel is for people that are emotionally mature, that don't have the time to start, settling grudges here, because this is a place to learn. This is a place to share. If you know something that you think every people should know about, come and share it freely. You are free to join us and share your opinions and your wisdom and your insights and the things that you know, because sometimes what you know might be contribute to what saves us all. Ideas may seem small and may seem like it's abstract. It's not something you can grab with your hand, but that is what changes society. Ideas. So don't think your idea is small. Don't think your idea is too big to be challenged. Just be open to learning, because in the end, the path of truth is the path that truly matters. And if you are confused what the path of truth truly means, is a path that reflects what is in reality of the world. Something that reflects reality of the world, that is the path of truth. If you are trying to argue something that doesn't resemble the reality of the world, then no matter how well you put it, no matter what fine English you put it in, it's still a lie, because it doesn't reflect the realities of the world. And that is what should be the guide of the conversation. So, I've seen some videos online. I wanted to play this video about, I think there's a video of Nigerian soldiers traveling, in some of those areas where they go and fight bandits and terrorists. And let me just play this video so some people can see. So just look at the background and look at how wide the area is. Imagine the temperature there. Imagine the area, and they will be driving sometimes for hours into areas that people don't inhabit, very thinly secured. Now let me carry on playing. Does this look like an area you want to be in with just 50 men, 30 men? Does it look like an area you want to be in when the night comes? Let's keep playing. So the idea is to give the viewers an impression of what it's like to fight the terrorists in these remote locations. This is the issue they are facing. They don't have an address. They move around. You can go forward like this, they go behind you. They are using Okada. Okada is faster than these things. And they know the area more because they know the areas where they planted all the bad things, the mines and all the rest. This is not a fight you can win by going chasing them in one direction, they run the other direction. That's not a fight you can win like that. The way you win this fight is you have one outpost where these soldiers are right now. Another one is about 10 kilometers ahead. Another one, you take over the entire area. You have to be present there 24/7, 365 days a year. You come there for the next 5-10 years, and they will not have any job to do anymore. They will have to leave because they can't operate. The moment they show up, the whole entire area will start converging on their location. This is why they don't show up in the cities. This is why they often fail when they confront the Nigerian military head on, because they are not that, they are trained, they have ammunitions, but we just sometimes we overthink that many of the bandits, they have too many weapons and they can overwhelm our soldiers. No, not true. This is why they don't come to the city. They don't overwhelm our soldiers. The moment you have reasonable amount of soldiers present and they didn't surprise them enough, the soldiers will just decimate them. In many cases, they've been decimated like that. The way you deal with them is to deny them this space, this massive space that they occupy for free. You have to deny them that space, because this is how they come from these areas. They go to the villages and threaten the villagers. And the soldiers are not there all the time. So what are the villagers supposed to do? The villagers will start paying them levies. And then they will even have more money, more power. This is the problem we are dealing with. And this is why I call to recruit more into the security forces so that they will take over these spaces. That is where the damage is coming from. But that said, let's move on to international. I wanted to comment on the statement Jagaban made, Tinubu made. You see, the way they talk like they truly mean what they are saying. That's the weirdest thing. Like, Tinubu will tell you something like clearly, like he is very convinced he is telling the truth. But clearly it's not the truth. Because the next minute he will do something else. And then he'll come back in and tell you that he's telling you the truth, while they are deceiving you all the time. Sometimes I'm beginning to believe that they actually believe what they are saying. But what they don't seem to realize is that their entire scope is completely neither here or there. It's not what Nigeria needs. He thinks he's doing great things for Nigeria. And that's the interesting thing. He will believe it. In his heart of heart, he will believe it. But what he doesn't understand is that what is possible with Nigeria is not within his scope at all. He cannot even think about it. To them, he's not, okay, I hear what he said about Ajakuta Steel, that the previous government didn't get it to work. Has he gotten it to work? Yeah, the steel company in Alaja, the previous government didn't get it to work. Has he gotten it to work? Is he looking to get them to work? No, he's not. He's just helping them, but he's not looking to do it himself. Or is he looking to found a steel company? No, he's not. If anything, he went to England barely 2 weeks ago to go and buy steel from them. With we will use our own money to pay for the steel. Then at the same time saving their steel company in England. The English steel company was in distress. He went there to even give them business. And the reason why the English steel company is in distress, the UK one, is because it's relatively expensive. People don't patronize it because it's more expensive than that of China. So they are in distress. The government had to bail it out. The UK government had to bail the steel company out. Now, what did Tinubu go there and do? To go and patronize the steel company with debt on the head of Nigerians. Not to build the Ajakuta steel that he's yapping the previous government for, not to get the Ajakuta steel that he's yapping the other government for to start working. He would rather take almost $1 billion loan to rejuvenate the British Steel Company. This is my problem with them. When he talks, you would think he's truly honest. He really wants to do the right thing. But he doesn't. He doesn't do it. You know? So I don't know, man. Sometimes I get a little bit frustrated with the way they talk, because they come across as if they are serious. They truly mean that they are actually telling the truth. But clearly, you can see how I was able to take that apart. He's talking about steel company when he himself went and saved the British steel company with about $1 billion debt. Why did he not use £1 billion debt actually, which means it's more than $1 billion. When he could have taken that money to use to rejuvenate this Nigerian steel company. This is the name of the game. They lie to you repeatedly. Almost all our politicians are just lying to our people. They don't tell them this truth. They settle for mediocrity all the time. There was another news I saw recently in Nigeria. I can't play it right now because the video I think is quite long. Maybe I can find it. It's about a Nigerian scientist making it to becoming the top 2 scientists in the world. You know, Nigerians were celebrating it. You know how Abike like to celebrate Nigerians doing very well overseas. This Nigerian was able to rise up to the top 2 scientists in the world. You know, everybody would just cheer. Great, is rising up. So he's the first to rise up to that rank. I don't know. So let me guess. Do you know how many scientists that there are in the world? I think if I'm not mistaken, there are about 8 million or maybe even more. So by my estimate, top 2% of that is somewhere around 230,000. 230,000 scientists. He made it to the top 2. That's amongst the 230,000, one Nigerian made it there. Do you know the percentage of Nigerians in that top 2? 0.000000000 so percent. That is the percentage of Nigerians in the top 2% of scientists in the world. And do you know what the percentage of Nigerians are in the world? 3%. So 3% of the population of the world makes up 0.0000001% of scientists. That is an achievement. Like I said, just like Tinubu was here bragging about what he has done for the people, clearly what he has done is of no good if you just look deeply into it. And the same thing, those journalists were celebrating the Nigerian that made it to the top 2% of scientists in the world. What that should be telling is that why are there no more of them there? Why do we not have more? Out of 230,000 scientists, only one Nigerian is there. Nigeria makes up 3% of the world population. And Nigeria is supposed to be one of the most educated black nations on earth. Am I mistaken? This is just something that is astounding, and this goes to show how far behind we are on so many of these fields. Instead of us to focus, our people still dissemble, try to make sense of things that don't make sense, try to have 2 positions at the same time that are contradictory and not have any issue with that. All because we just always like to be biased and facetious. I don't know who raised us to be like this, but if it was deliberate that somebody raised us to be like this, you need to totally exercise yourself of those indoctrination, because it's not helping us. It's not going to allow us to move forward. We have to start unshackling our minds so that we can see things clearly. The truth is that the world is not that hard to learn the truth from. The world is revealing the truth to you all the time. You just refuse to listen. You just refuse to look with your own eyes. To even look with your own eyes, open your ears, taste and see. You will see the truth right there. Nobody needs to educate you. It's right in front of you. Use your own brain. Sometimes don't even bother to listen to what people are saying. Just use your own brain. Look at it yourself. Don't close it. Don't use all your preconceived notions. Just look at it. Because that is the true education. If you understand the true world, believe in me, and if you understand it very well, you are actually more educated than quite a lot of educated people. At least people that like to think that they know too much. That said, that is just one part anyway I thought I should mention, because in terms of development, we fall far behind. Look at Dangote Refinery. It's being run by a white man, isn't it? Because who would trust a black man to run that kind of stuff? Who? Where is that black man that has? Have we bred scientists? Nigeria, do we have a culture of breeding good minds? And if you look at the chart right now, you see some of the people in the chart, their job is to make sure common sense doesn't reign. Their job is to make sure we keep talking nonsense. And anybody that makes nonsense, they will insult you. Because they don't just agree with your opinion. Or maybe not because of what you are talking about right now, but because of something else that you said before that they didn't agree with. They will use that one to disagree with you on some of the issues that you're talking about now. We seriously need to be asking ourselves questions, because when you keep stopping the people that are actually making sense from shining and getting on to spread that information, you are ensuring that your own people live in the dark. Your own people are falling behind constantly. Because what do you think you are doing? You are stopping them from showing people what the true reality of the world is. Would you like to walk around blindfolded? I could volunteer and give you, let's see how far you walk blindfolded in this world. You will not walk that far. But if you allow your people to see, sooner or later they will be navigating the world as if it's nothing. Of course, it's only me that talks sense now. I don't know why people find this controversial. Everything I say is based on, okay, let me be serious. Most of the stuff I say is based on evidence. Don't you understand? The knowledge is not mine alone. It's based on people that have studied better than I have. What is wrong with quoting knowledge that other people have spent years filtering out and bringing this truth out? What is wrong with quoting them? That is important, because that is how you borrow from some other people's wisdom, some other people's facts that they spent years working on. If I spend years, mixing paints together, coming up with a very unique paint color, what is the point of you trying to reinvent it when I've done it already? You can copy me and say this paint, you can use that to paint the house. That's how it works. When I say recruit, I say that constantly, because at the core of it, that is our problem. We generally, our military, they are equipped. They are not they are not super equipped, but they are equipped enough. They have enough equipment, they have enough vehicles, and they can buy more vehicles if they need to. As a matter of fact, you'll be surprised when you do the calculation, it's not very expensive to buy equipment, to buy build properties, all those things for your security forces. It's not as expensive as people think. I think I watched a video that was played on Dr. Damages, where one of the lawyers, well, I think a lawyer or something, was saying something about the security forces, whether they spend about $3 billion for them. Like, why have they not defeated insecurity? You see, this is what I mean by ignorance of our people. Our ignorance is like we are ignorant and we don't even know we are ignorant. I guess that's the whole point of being ignorant, isn't it? Ignorance don't know itself. They don't realize when they are being ignorant. How can you say 3 billion can secure 230 million people? Has he ever tried to get a security guard to guard only one building? Has he ever tried to get that? Let him scale that up to guard a nation. The way people talk sometimes, it's like, what are you thinking about? Do you know how much most nations spend on their defense? They don't play. It's a lot of money. Nations that have got smaller GDP, nations that have got smaller GDP spend more in defense than us. Why do they? Why is it that they can put more money towards their defense but we can't? Or some people will come back and say, "Oh, because we have more people, we have to spend the money for them." Those people have people too. Yes, you have more people. Maybe you should just grow food and feed your people, and then use the money to defend your country. Because the more you defend those people, the more they are likely to produce more for the country. Because when people feel safe, they do more business. When people feel safe, people come from overseas and invest, and people return from overseas and contribute. Is that controversial? Am I making a controversial statement here? This is not controversial. This is open, known knowledge. And this is why I like what Deji came and did today. She just said, shut up. You all should just shut up and go and build your country. Because our people, when you tell them something, instead of them to just say yes, take yes for an answer and let's move forward to go and do something. Or let's agree at least. They will just start fighting for the sake of it. Look at that. Ignorance. He said, know thyself. This, who is that? Obi? No, he said, ignorance, know thyself. If I read the charts right now, you will see the chaos that is going on there. It's like, what am I saying now that is controversial? There's nothing controversial about it. And I've discovered that Nigerians, when they are ignorant, they have no clue they are even ignorant. And that ignorance, when they are corrected, maybe because they are being corrected publicly, that's why they reject it and they fight you. Maybe. And this is why I encourage people that want to come and have conversation here. Have an open mind. Don't worry about your ego, because I will happily take correction. I remember I was speaking to Masker last week, or was it 2 weeks ago? And he was able to take correction from what I was saying. And I really appreciated that, because it shows you somebody that his head, there's gear moving there. He knows when something is correct and when something is not correct. And many times he disagrees with me too. And me, when you correct me on something that I don't know, I will tell you, thank you, I didn't know. And sometimes when I say I didn't know something here, people will act as if I'm like total dunce that don't know anything, because I admitted that I didn't know anything. And that is bad behavior. How can you criticize somebody that admits that they don't know anything? Because next time they will not admit that they don't know anything. Then you get this behavior that you see. If anything, if somebody admits that they don't know anything, you should credit them, because they're admitting publicly that they were unaware. Not double down on your not being aware of something, and somebody corrects you, you just keep fighting them. And because you are fighting them and you don't want to agree that they are right, the conversation doesn't go anywhere. And then the viewers are poorer for it, aren't they? If you want the viewers to get something from the conversations, you want the conversation to move forward logically and build on knowledge. Because I tell you, man, some of our ignorance, wear trouser. Every time I hear Nigerians talk, I was like, have you bothered to, when you are saying this thing that the government spent $3 billion on security, have you bothered to check whether that is objectively small or large? Are they bothered to check to say, you know what? I've checked England, I've checked Algeria, I've checked Egypt, I've checked this government. We have given them a lot of money. They have just been wasting it. Where did you check that information before you make that statement? And this is like some of the best minds we have in Nigeria making that statement. I think this is why I'm almost convinced that in the context of Nigeria, all bets are off. Like, I will advise anybody, if you are below 40, anybody above 40, challenge them. In short, even if you are below 30, anybody above this thing, 30, 40, they challenge anything they tell you. Tell them to prove and qualify their statements. Because if you have to ask, because all these things they are saying, if they are right, why is the country still like this? Why is that nothing seems to be moving forward? Today they will build one train station. Tomorrow they will be kidnapping. Tomorrow they will try to build another this thing, and the next day you will see that another thing has been torn down. The country move forward today, tomorrow will go backward. Move forward, will go backward. What is this? While the world is running away, like racing away. Do you know, as we speak, human trials are going on for age reversing therapy? They have the technology to be able to reverse aging. They are reversing aging in mice, and they are reversing aging in apes. And they are going to be going on human trials. You know, those people that were talking about Europeans, oh, they are dying now, their population is dropping. Guess what? This is why you can never take things for granted in this life. They're not stupid. What if the robotics revolution that is coming makes all the difference? They don't need you anymore. Then they go on to reverse aging. All those people that are thinking that they are old, suddenly their age is not that much of a problem anymore. This is the thing that we have to not take life for granted, otherwise life will take us for granted. Though. This is a two-way thing. If you don't value reality, reality will teach you a lesson you will never forget. You might as well be a madman. You know all those of traditional old Nigerian mad people that just walk on the streets and they could walk off a cliff without even knowing it. That's basically what you are if you are not walking with clear knowledge and wisdom. Let me read some of the comments, some of the people that have joined us today. Ken Riba, I see you there. Let me even share the link just in case some people want to join. I will have to deal with the Nigerian listing issues and then that of the American one. Let me see. Ken Riba was saying, you need to realize that no one is disputing the fact that we need to recruit. You seem to acknowledge the opinions of others that recruitment is not the only issues we have. Of course, I have to. It's not the only issues we have. I think that point is true. I don't think recruitment is the only issue we have, because if you even after you recruit them, you still have to instill some serious discipline. You still have to instill some level of doctrinal change, because the Nigerian doctrine, military doctrine, I currently don't like it. I don't like the idea that they seem to be built around the structure of the British Army, and they still honor that tradition when you are totally different civilization that should be behaving with your own this thing from your own point of view. It's too British in my mind, the way our military comes across, and hence they look at their citizens as subjects. They don't look at their citizens as their charge, the people that they are meant to truly protect. It's beginning to change a little bit, but more needs to be done in that direction. So from that point of view, yes, of course, there are things that needs to be changed. But with the way they are now, the cities are relatively safe. So even without changing any of the things I talked about, they can still deal with the bandits. They can still deal with them. They just need the numbers. As a matter of fact, if the government just announced that they're about to recruit 1 million into our security forces, the bandits will know their time is at an end. And they see the government moving in that direction. You will see the terrorism rate start plummeting, because they know they will not have any space to operate anymore. That is how it's meant to be. So before people say I'm not letting people in to come and join the show, I put the link out there. Those people that want to join in, they should come in. Otherwise, I'll keep talking, and I will happily talk for 3 hours here, then close the show That would be interesting, actually. That happens, and I may not share the link again so that nobody joins again, because that way I can just be sharing information with the viewers, and who knows what you get from it, and then if people demand that is the way the show should be, that would be interesting, isn't it? I would just have a show where I just talk, no arguments, just presenting information and seeing, and people challenging it in the chat, and people will be able to enjoy the show, and then I can also be able to close precisely 3 hours. You see, no rushing, no nothing. Everything is just simple. I'm not telling people, wait, hold on, go slow down. No need for all that talk. It makes life a lot more easier. You see what I mean? So no drama. But that said, so I've addressed the issue of what Jagaban said, because when I listened to him at first, I felt like, okay, this guy is genuine. He seemed to be talking. But then when you think about it twice again, it's like you just discover the guy is talking total nonsense. Because this is a guy that just went and invested in British steel. Now, and he has not got Nigerian steel working. That's a good one. This one is a good one. This one is a good one. Let's do that. How dare you call me a crazy man? How dare you be a crazy man? So, see, some of the videos I saw on X today were very concerning, I must say. I gather that the terrorists in the north, they are fighting each other now. From the information that is coming through, they even have enough time to be fighting each other. Like they are fighting, they are fighting the Nigerian military and fighting each other. They have time to be fighting each other. And the people we are talking about, they are like children. They are basically children. They are basically children. They are not I don't think any of them are really that old. And that tells you that these people are actually being funded by people that know what they are doing. They are being funded by people that know what they are doing. And some of these people that are funding these people are within the country, and some of them are from outside. But the force that keeps them going is coming from outside. I think people need to truly understand this. The force that keeps them truly alive is coming from outside. That is why they are not only in Nigeria. And I think this point I'm making here is also very important. Remember, whenever you're talking about this thing in Nigeria, it's not only in Nigeria it's happening. It's happening in Niger, it's happening in Mali, and it's happening in Burkina Faso. Quite interestingly, it doesn't seem to be happening as strongly in Chad, which I don't understand fully why. And I was shocked to find out that Chad has a lot of Christian population too. I was quite surprised because I thought Chad was just a Muslim nation. But it has Christian population there too. A big one, I think it's almost 50-50. That surprised me for sure. Who knew? Who knew? See, there are many things we don't know in this life. Things that are at your backyard that you thought you knew about. But when you go and check it again, you just find out, oh my God, I was ignorant about that. I've learned now. And this is why sometimes I like to host these shows, because while I'm here, I'm also learning every day, learning new things every day. I'm not shy about it because I'm not shy of seeing more light. If I was groping in the dark and somebody put a candle on, should I not be grateful? And another person put a second candle on, should I not be grateful? Because I probably have gotten tired of stubbing my toes, knocking my head against the wall, groping. You know how it feels like when you're walking around with a blindfold. It's not very fun, is it? So that is that. Okay, so I think I've spoken enough for now, and I'll play the video of what is going on in the Middle East, the drama that Trump seems to be introducing into the world affairs in terms of saying he's going to block the blockade. How do you block a blockade? That is very interesting. It's only Trump that can pull that kind of one off. Then the people that blocked the blockade said they want to remove the blockade, and Trump said, I'm going to impose a blockade on the blockers. The entire thing is going bananas. Then the blockers, they said, you know what? Because you are now blocking us, the blockers, we are going to reintroduce our own blockade again. Now we have double blockades. And while all this is going on, this world, if we think only Nigerians are the corrupt ones, while all this is going on, there has been trading going on in the stock market. Because whenever Trump announces that there is likely to be a peace deal, the the price of Brent crude comes down. Then the moment everything goes pear shape again, it goes up again. And people have been observing the stock market and noticing that there are people that are making a lot of bets and they are making millions upon millions, maybe even billions from the stock market. And I've heard people call that, say that Trump should be investigated. Yes, that's what they call insider trading, AY. So that is what they are doing. They are harvesting wealth. This is what they call harvesting wealth. This is what, you see, when I introduced the concept to what Tinubu did with Nigeria by floating the currency, people don't understand it. They don't understand the concept. That is what they are doing. They are harvesting wealth from the people. They are creating nothing, but they are reaping millions. That's what they call harvesting wealth. They didn't plant, but they are reaping. Stealing people's money. Basically, that's what they are doing. And I hope they investigate him, but I'm not holding my breath. Because all these people in America, they go into office and they'll start telling you that let's not look behind, let's look forward. Look at our policy, our shining policies that is going to make your life better. That's what politicians do. Oh, Professor Jiang. Yeah, I know about Professor Jiang. He's quite, man, the guy seems to have gotten his predictions very correct, Those three predictions that he predicted, I think he predicted that Trump was going to win the election. Trump was going to go to a war with Iran, and then the US was going to lose the war. And it's looking like that. It's looking like that, 3 for 3. You see, it looks like the US is going to lose that war because I don't see any path to winning, except some divine intervention occurs. Something happens to the Iranian people and the regime, and they just collapse. Because as it stands, America is in a pickle. And as a matter of fact, you see, we take between the Iran war and the Epstein files, I'm telling you, the Epstein file is more dangerous to America. That's how bad it is. The Epstein file is more dangerous to America. If that thing comes out. But that said, though, I'm not sure how dangerous it is to America in real time, because I actually think the demographic shift is more dangerous. In my opinion, that's my opinion. I believe the democratic change in America is more dangerous than the Epstein issue. Because the Epstein issue could unite Americans. You see what I mean? Even if they have issues with immigration, with each other, with racism and all the rest, but all of them, all the underclasses, all the people that are not part of the elite will be outraged by what is in the Epstein files. So it will unite them. So how is that dangerous? Anything that unites a people is not dangerous to them. At least in theory. I'm not saying like Nazis. They were united, they helped unite the people, but Nazis are not good, is it? It's not everything that unites people that is actually good. But when people are united, they are more powerful. Let me put it that way. It makes them more powerful. But when they are divided, they are weaker. And that's the danger of what the demographic shift was going to do in America. It was going to make America weaker. But the Epstein issue could make America stronger, because they will go after their elites. And if they do it successfully, they could become even stronger than they were before. Sometimes these events can strengthen the nation, like the French Revolution did, even if it was bloody and messy and crazy. But that's where Napoleon emerged from and did all kinds of heroic and great things. He transformed European politics completely. That said, that is on the Epstein issue. But in terms of the war itself, America, they are negotiating with Iran at the moment. How it's going to go, we don't know. But the way Trump is moving, the way the American troops are building up in that region, because I think they have at least 50,000 troops now around Iran. I don't see Iran losing this. No, I really don't see Iran losing this. It's too hard. It's too hard for America to win this. Iran is 90 million, very large country, and not just large country, mountainous one on top of it. It's equivalent of America fighting some like 5 Nigeria. If you ask me, it's almost like fighting 5 Nigeria put together. Because Nigeria don't have defenses, and Iran has missiles and drones. See, as much as I like to think that I know about, I am interested in defense a lot, to an extent. I was a little bit taken aback when I realized that because of the missiles that the Iranians have, it will make it very, very hard for the US to deploy troops in Iran. The missiles that the Iranians have will make it very hard for Americans to deploy troops in Iran. Can you imagine if you want to deploy 50,000 troops, you either need a ship, some boats, something to deploy them there. And when you want to do that, then the Iranians decide to start firing missiles at those boats. Do you know how many soldiers are going to die? Will Americans tolerate that from Trump? Watching 1,000 American soldiers die within a day because they want to get on the shores of Iran? No, they are not going to want to do that. And then when you get into the shore, they will be raining drones and missiles on you wherever you are. Americans have to abandon their military base in the Middle East because of those missiles. They had to abandon their military base because of the missiles that Iranians were firing towards those military bases. Can you imagine them taking themselves and putting themselves inside Iran? That is even worse. Because they are not only going to be shooting missiles at you, they are going to be coming at you with armored cars, all kinds of stuff with their soldiers all around you, RPG, everything. How do you fight that? No, man. This is why I think America is in trouble here. And I think maybe that analyst that says Iran is going to emerge from this a world power, maybe it's just a fait accompli. If anybody has any suggestion that is going to make America win this war, tell me. Boom Boom Ray, if you have a show, tell me. Let's hear it. Tell me how America can win this war the way it is going right now. I don't see it. I really don't. No matter how I look at it. America, do you know where they put their ships? They put their ships mile upon miles inside the sea because they don't want to take chance that Iran targets them with their missiles. The last thing Trump needs is that Iran goes and sinks one of their aircraft carriers. Then it becomes a fight to the death situation in Iran. Why would you do that in Iran? Iran is not worth that much trouble to America to fight to die for. Because even if you fight and you beat Iran, and then America becomes, by the time you beat Iran, there's going to be a depression in the world. Because Iran will take out all the oil fields in the Middle East. It will bomb them, and the Houthis will go crazy on the other side. This will collapse the world economy. And I'm sure China, on one side of their cheek, they'll be thinking, I like that. Do more of it, please. I like that. The US, go and kill yourself in Iran. Because you know what the Chinese are going to be doing? They were going to be thinking, the only thing that will save America in this fight is a nuclear weapon. But if they use it, we have to retaliate against them. Then you have a nuclear war on your hands. So you see our problem. That's why I think America cannot win this. America is not going to land in Iran proper. Oh, they're going to land on Kaga Island. Kaga Island is not doable. You go and land on Kaga Island, you make yourself a target again. And this time you can't exactly swim. you can't exactly swim inside the sea to save you. Kaga Island is like a boat that cannot move. All Iranians, in short, you know what I think? Iranians probably have at least 100 to 200 missiles or even 300 pointed at Kag Island right now. They probably have that ready, and they will have some pointed at Fordo. Like they have those missiles pointed at Fordo. Let's wait for them to show up. Let's wait for Americans to show up like mice. When they show up, then we bomb them with the new the missiles. You see what I mean? It's like a trap. Everything is a trap, and this is what they have been warning Trump. They are telling Trump, this is a trap. If you go in there, you're going to go into a trap. And the reason why it's a trap, it's not because, oh, if Americans lose 1,000, 2,000 soldiers, that's a bad thing. What it's going to mean is that Trump will have to go the whole hog. Because you can't just kill 2,000 American soldiers and America just turn tail and walk away. That's not going to happen. America will have to deploy hundreds of thousands of soldiers in there. Fight that war to the very bitter end. And that end is not going to come. That could lead to the fall of America as an empire. Tell me I am wrong. If America goes into Iran, full hog. Because an empire is not just an empire on its own. An empire is as strong as its rivals too. Because if the rivals are there and an empire reduces its power, then the rivals will surpass the empire, because the rivals are not busy expending their resources and blood fighting. China, instead of China is fighting, China is busy building. Keep building. And they are not building slowly, they are building very, very fast. Anybody that has seen the video of the Chinese will tell you that the Chinese don't play, man. They are building fast. So how does America outcompete such a power? By fighting Iran. How do you compete with such a power as China right now by fighting Iran the way Trump wants to do, the way Trump wants to fall for this trap? And I don't see Trump getting any deal as good as what Obama got. I don't see Trump getting any deal as good as what Obama got. I don't see that. Why would the Iranians give him that? Not that their country has already been bombed with 13,000 explosives. If you bomb my country with 13,000 explosives, and we discover that we can shut the Strait of Hormuz and choke the world economy, why would I surrender anything to you anymore? You killed our leaders. You killed our children. You bombed our schools, our universities, our scientists. Again, tell me, what is my incentive to surrender anything to you anymore? Why shouldn't we just say, you either kill us all or we all live together? And that's exactly what I'm saying right now, is exactly what Iran said. It says security for all or security for none. That's what Iran said. Because that's the only logical position to take. You've negotiated with the Americans twice, and twice they've stabbed you in the back by attacking you while you are negotiating with them. You can't even make that up. There is no honor. And then you take out their leadership. You didn't just take out their main leader. You took out 40 of the top guys. That is a lot of people. 40 in one go, and they killed far more than that. That's a lot of top people. They sliced off. Can you imagine Nigerians? Nigerians losing that. Oh my God. You will see them. They'll be twerking. Hey, please save us. We are sorry. Let's surrender. You will see them now. Nigerians will be like, oh, let's find a way to placate them. We said we shouldn't fight. This is what our people will be doing. The Iranians understand sacrifice. We don't. The Russians understand sacrifice. We don't. In short, the rest of the world do. We just don't understand it. The concept that you lay down your own life so that the people around you will do better. It's not like we don't have it in us, but because of our culture that they love life so much. We love life so much. Ironically, we don't even have a very long life expectancy for a nation. Look at this one there. Impatience, impatience voice. See, I'm very, very patient, Queen TA. See, let's be rational here. I'm trying to be well, how do I put it? I just want to talk about the issues that are occurring, internationally and even locally within Nigeria. Um, the truth. Okay, let me come back to domestic issues since I've not played the video though. So I think maybe when people come in, anybody comes in, then we can play the video and talk about it. But since I'm here on my own, this is really cool though. I have to say, I'm sorry, I'm sounding like this, but I'm enjoying just sitting here, just blabbering on about issues. But don't take what I'm saying for granted. Some of the things I'm saying, you'll be finding them to be true in time. The sibilant screeching voice of, oh my God, what kind of Kulata? So look at that. Kulata, you are still this petty, eh? Are you still this petty, Kulata? You are insulting my voice? Ah, God, that is a low blow. You should be better than this. You can't be insulting my voice. That's my God-given voice. You should be worrying about what I'm telling you. Kulata, Kulata is one of those smart people. He's so smart that he's turned a little bit senile and his brain is sold it to the highest bidder. That's the problem with people that are compromised. No matter how smart they are, they're just stupid. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to call you stupid. I'm just saying when you are smart, you sell your mind. That's what you remember, that's what you're doing when you sell your soul. You are selling your mind. And then your analysis is kind of stunted. You can't talk freely. You have to shade that light you've got, the light of the pure analysis and truth that comes out of your mouth. You have to cover it up with a little bit of darkness so that people don't really see that truth anymore. And that's what happens. That's the impression I get with Kolata. Kolata is not entirely ignorant, but he's at peace with the state of affairs in Nigeria right now. And that's what I have a problem with. Because anybody that is at peace with the state of where things are right now, it means that they are not reading the ruins they are not reading the runes very well. They are not reading the deadly signs within our reality. They are not reading it very well. Africans are, see, example is Iran. Because Iran is prepared, they are not going to war, but when war came to them, look at what they are able to do. They are able to stand and fight for themselves and hold the superpower of the world at bay. Can you imagine Nigerians? Nigerians literally thought Trump was going to come and save them. That's what they thought. They literally thought, I'm sure Kolata, because he has sold his mind, was going to be against those people that wanted Trump to support us. Not because he rationally thought so, because if Jagaban was P2B, Kolata will support America to come and bomb us. He's not intellectually honest. That is the problem with our people. Depending on who they support, that's how their opinions change. It's not about the truth. They will suddenly forget that, somebody that don't want America to attack Nigeria now, but because the table is reversed now, they will say, oh, America should attack Nigeria. While the America remains the same, but the opinion will change based on the person that is in office. That is not intellectually honest. And I don't know why people have time for some of those petty games, because they think these petty games gets us anywhere. No, it doesn't. Man, my God, if you go on Twitter sometimes, you see some of the lives of Nigeria that are being wasted. Sometimes you forget that there are also people in Nigeria that are living okay lives. Let's not make that mistake. Not everybody in Nigeria is suffering in a very bitter way. I'm not saying that. There are people in Nigeria that are living relatively good lives. Remember, we are 230 million and the country is relatively large. There are a lot of areas where nothing of this nature is happening. But that is not the standard you use to measure a nation that is doing well. As a matter of fact, in the ROC that we hear today, there are areas that are doing relatively okay too. But that is not what people remember. People remember the nature of your nation. If there is conflict going on, life expectancy is low, people don't feel safe, compared to areas where people feel safe, they will not want to come to your country. They will not want to invest in your country. And that is Nigeria. Nigeria has one of the lowest life expectancy in the world. Why is that the case? Why should Nigeria have one of the lowest life expectancy in the world? So all this our smartness that we are smarting for forever, why has it not gotten us to fix that one? How hard can it be? Tinubu now, can you say Tinubu has fixed the hospitals? The only thing I know Tinubu has done that will benefit the Nigerian young people in Nigeria is that student loans. Because that student loans matters. Parents used to pay that school fees before. Today, they don't have to pay it. The student can go and get that money. So it's almost like giving parents money. And that is not nothing. That is the only policy that I see that this government has done that is tangible. But it's not rocket science. And it's not even a lot of money it took them to do that. The big things that he did, like the tax reform, which is, the tax reform is not a bad thing on its own, but it is not also welcome. If you want to say something, you're always free to speak your mind. You can see that most of the men they are hanging behind. They don't want to come in because they are scared of me, because I said you have to be objective and you have to be truthful. And they decided that we can't be that way. That is not a high standard to set, so we are not going to make it here today. This is a very fascinating conversation. This is the stream today, because this is the first time I stipulated the reasons why people should come in such detail. Nobody seems to have measured up to it. I'm sure AY and the rest are all measured up to it, but they are not here today. But it's fine. I don't have any issue with that. I'm very, very fine with that, because look at that. No hassle. I just keep talking and talking and talking. That's good. I don't have any issue with that at all. So that said, anyway, where was I? I think I was talking about Jagaban and some of his achievements and some of the things he has done right.
So, let me ask you. So, can you tell me what Tinubu has achieved so far?
The student loans. The student loans. It's almost like giving parents money, because if your son is going to school or your daughter is going to school now, you don't have to pay their school fees anymore. So that is money that parents will save.
My sister is here. She said, "Yeah, student."
It's again now. Why are we complaining?
Come on, see, let me tell you. You're talking about student loans. How many students or how many people can come out and say, "Oh, they are beneficiary of this Tinubu's this thing"? How many? Just tell me.
I think quite a lot of students, from what I gather. I've not really checked that, but I've not heard the people that say they are not getting it.
Who are they?
Nigerian students, Nigerian university students.
Who are the university? Who are the students? Because the reason why I'm telling you is this is the same way they will come out and say, 25 million Nigerians, they have benefited from this program. They distributed 20,000 or 50,000 without no data. So, when you're talking about these things, you have to show us the data, show us the proof. There is no proof. There is no statistics.
I think if there is none, I think we would have known by now. I think people will be complaining about it.
Us, where is it? Even you as the moderator, find it and tell us.
Okay, let me see. It that Nigerian students got the student loan for higher education. I think did I put Nigeria? Yeah. So yeah, there will be evidence now. Yes, you see, there's a lot of evidence. It says yes, there is evidence that Nigerian students have received loans through Nigerian Education Debt Fund.
You are asking Google.
Hold on now. There will be data. There's data too that will come
data
from
on
there.
Google.
No,
data, you know that
on their website. On their website.
My brother, come on.
There is debt fund now.
There is like this. Okay, fine. student loan. What else? Tell me what else.
Okay, student loan, he did that one. And the local government autonomy bill, because I was thinking,
so
because
tell me how this thing has impacted us as citizens. That's what I care about. It's not putting all these policies. Tell me of what benefits we have.
Okay.
This, just tell me.
The one of the student loan has impacted parents directly because they don't have to pay money to for school fees anymore. But the one for local government autonomy, I'm not sure. I think I've not even seen one case that the local governments have gained from it. So that I don't know how far it has gone.
Let me tell you something. It's not about putting out that policy right there. Saying we've done this, we've done that. If I ask 100 people over here on comment section, I promise you, not even one person will tell me that they have benefited anything from this. Not because I want to talk down on this administration, but we work with facts and we work with values.
Most of these people in the comment section, they didn't go to school. Now how can they go to university?
Come on now, stop that.
Is going on in These guys, they look like they went to school. They don't these student loans at all now. All these rough people. When you tell them something, they just start insulting you. Especially Kolata. Kolata have never seen the school gate before. He never went to school. So what do you expect? So I have to tell the truth. I have to tell the truth that there are some things, not that many, that he has done that are positive. I think just about one, really. The rest,
all right. Number 2, local government. What else? Number 3.
Okay, number 3, I would say.
And not I would say, just when we're talking.
Okay, the tax reform bill.
Okay, so let me tell you something against that. And I have a very big problem with that. I don't have a problem with paying tax. I pay taxes here in America, and but you know why I don't complain? I don't complain because I can see the benefit of what they're doing with the tax. I pay. Okay? But they provide me electricity. I have power. I have water. I have good road. I have good healthcare. I literally have everything, right? Yes. But in a country where the government, I can't tell you anything now, and I will say the government has provided or is providing or has given us as citizens. But you want me, I will set up a business. I'm running that business. I am funding that business. And at the same time, you want me to pay tax. How?
Okay. Let's start from what the government has given the people. So
like
one thing we know the government gave us is when you come out of your door, there is a road that you're going to travel on. Even if it's not hold on. Even if it's not paved, it's still
okay.
That's the fact.
I'm not even. It's not. This is serious.
No, I'm being serious. Let's face it. The roads didn't make themselves.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you. You see, a lot of businesses are shut down under this administration, right?
Yes.
If Tinubu, if he takes over power in the next 4 years, right, we're gonna have about not even double, not even triple, not even quadruple of businesses going down. One guy came on social media and he said something. He said he started a business for his wife, like a salon business and all the stuff. And the wife called him and said, "Babe, I'm gonna close this business down because I'm not making any profit." And he said, "Why?" He said, "Only electricity alone, only buying fuel." So he went through his wife's sales book and how they write down their businesses and the expenses. He said, "Almost fuel alone." Because if you're gonna be a barber or hair salon or nail technician, you're gonna need electricity. He said the cost of fuel, and he said to her, "You know what? Don't worry, don't close it down. You have customers. It's just that the fuel alone, just the fuel, is eating up the profit. I'm gonna put solar." So he calculated how much, the amount, how much it's gonna cost him to install solar, about 5-point-something million, which he did. And he said, now we can see a little breath of fresh air, money coming in. How many people can afford that? He said that his friend has a hotel.
Now he cannot maintain that. Imagine running electricity 24 hours in a hotel. So his friend is thinking about how he's going to borrow about $60 to $70 million from the bank just to sustain that hotel. Imagine if he doesn't have money. Imagine if he doesn't have, if bank doesn't loan him that money. You know what's going to happen? He's going to shut down. Guess what's going to happen? People are not going to have jobs. This is what we are talking about.
No, I agree with you. The economy is not doing well. And I put the blame on Tinubu's feet, like squarely on his feet. He sabotaged the Nigerian economy. But the only reason why I was talking about the positives, because so that people also know that I'm not just being negative about everything that is happening in Nigeria.
Forefathers, my brother, it's not about you being negative. Let's call a spade a spade. If you go to Nigeria now, Nigeria, our beautiful country, if we go there and ask ordinary Nigerian on the streets of Lagos or anywhere, trust me, what we are talking about, they will not be talking about it. You are talking about, they want to see the
show me love, show me love. That will be, they'll just start telling me, show me love. Is that what they keep doing all the time?
It's not even about show me love. They will tell you the economy. That's what they will be talking about. In talking about a student, this thing, you go to school, you come out, you don't have a job. Some people will tell you their certificate is a waste. In Nigeria, you see a graduate driving keke, riding keke. I saw that.
Yes.
I saw that when I went home. A graduate, he said, my sister, I'm a graduate of Imo State University, but this is what I'm doing to sustain myself. So you ask yourself, if I'm somebody who didn't go to school can ride keke, what is the essence of going to school?
True.
So let's talk about it. The economy is not doing, any way you even think about it, my brother. 70,000 naira is the minimum wage. Me and you, let's talk about it. We are talking about maybe about $50 a month, right? I told you, I don't know if you heard me this morning when I said that I went to buy tomatoes. Tomatoes, I bought $15 a box, okay, last month. Now I went to buy it. It's about the round one, they say $60, and the Roma tomatoes, they say $55. Can you imagine how many people can afford that? Even in this America, how many people can afford that? How much more Nigeria? And our minimum wage is 70,000 naira. My brother, all this borrowing.
What I noticed with the economy in Nigeria right now is that people are feeling like what happened in 2023, that was really terrible, the shock and everything, that is kind of ending to an extent, is not as acute anymore. And that is my problem with the way the people interpret stuff, because when they think because it's like, when things get difficult and then it gets a little bit easy because the inflation is not happening anymore. You don't go to market the next day and
who said that inflation is not happening anymore? My brother,
but not as fast as before anymore. That's the problem.
Okay, hold on. No, let me tell you something. The thing, what you'll be saying is that we are adjusting because we don't have no choice. Okay, we are adjusting.
Yes.
For example, when they removed the fuel subsidy, right? You remember, if you look at Lagos Road, I mean, there are literally no cars, right?
Yeah.
Now people are adjusting. You know why they have adjusted? Because they don't have no choice. But in the same adjustment, do you know we lost a lot of jobs? Do you know that people became unemployed?
Yes.
Right? Do you know that a lot of people, the importation of goods from other countries, it has dropped?
Yes.
My brother, when I don't have money to buy something, no matter how much they pay me when I go to market, I'm looking at that money. It doesn't worth anything. Here, you take $100 and go to the store. Before you say Jack Robinson, you will be asking yourself, what did you buy? How much more Nigeria? My brother, let's tell ourselves the truth. Nigeria is not working. I can't tell you nothing anybody can sell to me.
Let me tell you what is working though, that I see. And some other person had testified to this recently. Okay. When I was at the airport, I didn't have a lot of people ask me for bribe anymore.
Okay.
And one thing I found about that was that I tried to wonder whether is it because the government is fighting corruption.
It's not true. Let me tell you. I don't know what you're talking about because I just got home. I just came back, right?
Yeah, wow.
I got this agricultural people. Do you have fish? Yes. Oh, you have to pay. I say pay for what? I've told this story before. Meanwhile, there is another man, and another Igbo man. We were very far. Another Igbo man that I think he's married to a black, a Nigerian. They carry their stuff. I saw them. They passed. The lady told me, "Oh, you're not gonna, if you don't pay 6,000 naira." I said, "Give me a receipt." There is no receipt. I said, "I don't have money." "Oh, use your ATM." I don't have ATM. And all these things I'm saying, I'm not making it because I don't have ATM card in Nigeria. You can't even get attitude and tell me, oh, if you don't have money, then you cannot, you cannot pack.
Wow. How long ago was this?
This is in December. What are you telling me how long ago?
Okay. That's recent. Yeah.
This is in December. I will say, and I will give it to you. Yes, I agree. Quite unlike before. They will, come at you, but they will still ask you, but not like the way it used to be. And the reason being that I don't give bribe, period. Especially at that airport. I don't care what you're saying. I will not give it to you.
Yeah, what I noticed is that they don't even ask as much because I think mostly because of the social media, they are worried that people could be recording them, and some of them shame is beginning to catch them now. So that's my suspicion because this government, I know for sure they are not fighting corruption when I was inside Nigeria.
Yes, you're right. And, because I took the girl's name and she, ran after me. I was like, "What are you doing with my name?" I said, "I'm gonna post you on social media."
Oh, you see that? They are scared of that.
She was afraid, but I didn't post her name on social media because if I do that, definitely she might lose her job. And I told her, I said, "How much are they paying you here?" But it's not even up to 200,000. Let's say 300,000, which I know is not even up to that. No. But you people are calling the government. But you people are worse than the government.
That's Nigerians for you now. That is Nigerians for you. They do most of the stuff the government do. They don't follow the rules themselves. And then they will say, "Oh, the government is behaving badly." It's a secular argument, isn't it? Like when I was there, some of the things I saw, like generators, the way they use generators, the noise that they create amongst themselves, they can't organize themselves. It's like, I don't know, when you go to the market and you see all these people, they are all the same kind of people. They trade in the market, they have meetings, they can organize themselves for other things, but not for generators. So everybody wants to have their own generator. They don't want to get a lot of generators.
You see, let me tell you something about this. You see, Tinubu, right? Again, with all due respect, Tinubu called himself a master strategist. But the question is this. The one thing he promised us that he's going to give us is electricity. If he has given us that electricity, I swear, more than half of Nigerians will tell you, "I better go sit down, we have power." Tinubu can, be president over and over again. Let's say, for example, what is happening in Abbas. Benjamin Carlo and whatever they are, and his likes, they are talking about campaigning against, contesting against this thing. But you see, they don't have the lever because they know they will not even get 2% of the votes. Okay, they are threatening OT. When you walk, trust me, people will campaign for you. OT don't need, I don't think he doesn't need to campaign. People will campaign for him. If Tinubu had given us electricity, trust me, I know Nigerians.
Well, Nigerians will give him. Oh, they will vote him in. The moment he gives them,
they will tell you, after this, in fact, stay there for life.
Yeah, it's over.
But
Nigerians
no electricity, no water, even this borehole they are digging all the time. Forefather, have we ever thought about the implication of this borehole? Maybe 20, 30
What
years
is the implication of the borehole even? I would like to hear it too. What is it?
I mean, what is it called? A sinkhole or what is it that my brother called it?
Because with all this war going on in the Middle East right now, when I hear that the Arab countries sinkhole,
something like that,
You see, See, if you see this borehole thing, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. So on the day of
I know we are enjoying it now.
it's a blessing in disguise because when you look at all the things going on in the middle, is when I hear that if they blow up their desalination plant, they will die of thirst in that country. I was like, Nigeria, if you tell Nigeria that you want to destroy their power source, they'll be like their water source and power source. They'll be like, what power source? Do we have NEPA?
Honestly, what power
No,
source?
whatever, like we have generators.
Of course.
If you say you're going to destroy their water,
yourself,
they have borehole. So Nigeria is quite resilient. That's my point. Because of the structure, the way Nigeria is decentralized, it's quite resilient. Let's say there's a war tomorrow on Nigeria, you're not going to be able to deny Nigerians water. They have borehole everywhere. You can't deny Nigerians power. They have generators everywhere, solar panels everywhere. So,
but this is the thing, You think we have a long way to go in Nigeria, my brother. Good evening, my brother. We have a long way to go. Ukraine,
welcome, Dexter.
They've been fighting for the almost going to 3 years plus, right?
Yes.
They still have power in that country. Look at Iran.
Yes.
They have power in that country. Palestine, Lebanon. They still have power in that country. Imagine if there is war in Nigeria. Even with our generator, imagine. This solar we are talking about, my brother, how many people can afford it? How many people can afford solar? Let's be honest now.
I mean, if there's war in Nigeria now, they will have power.
How?
Because the generators are everywhere. That's the problem. People who use palm kernel oil to run the generator.
Of fuel. There will be scarcity of fuel.
There will be scarcity of fuel.
So where are you gonna buy this thing to on your generator? It's just very few people that have a solar panel. You know, they are the ones that will enjoy that. But other than that, when you're talking about benefits, what do you think ordinary man, a bookie on the street, or a teacher, how can they afford electricity?
Yeah, it's a tough gig. In Nigeria, you have to rely on solar and generator. And even then, you need UPS. Another thing that the Nigerian state does that is also wicked that people don't talk about, they always talk about power failure. They don't talk about the fluctuation of power. You will bring power right now, take it. They'll bring it, take it. That thing that they are doing, it destroys machines. It destroys electronics.
Have current. Or they will tell you have current.
It's a horrible thing. You can't believe how many machines and computers and things that are taken to Nigeria that have been destroyed because of the power, with the nature of the power. That is cost that Nigerians are taking on without knowing that they are taking extra cost on that the West don't have to think about. So I don't know if because this is an open conversation, Dexter. So if you want to add anything, feel free to come in. So like if I want to go through to one other thing that Tinubu has done that is positive, let me see the tax reform. I've said this. I've told it student loans.
Tax reform?
The Lagos Calabar Highway.
Forefather, stop that. Which tax reform? Okay. Let me tell you something now. This tax. What about people who are doing their businesses online? How are they gonna pay tax? Are you gonna tell a woman selling vegetable in Oshodi market that she has to pay tax?
No, I don't think you have to pay tax. If you are running a small business, I think the limit to take tax from you is very high. You don't have to pay.
Okay.
And many of them have
people doing online business.
If you see,
who are doing online business,
they have your account details, they can come into your bank account and take it.
That's what I mean, the one of the things we keep on doing in Nigeria is we keep on mixing apples and oranges. Let me give an example. How can you give somebody like 100 billion? The person squanders it. The person comes and tells you, okay, I squandered the 100 billion, but what I now need is 200 billion. And you give him again. What is the accountability for the resources, the oil resources, the mineral resources that the federal government has been taking? Where is the accountability for it? One of the problems we have as Nigerians is that we are so docile, and it's what we are preaching here. Oh, the government, and that's what the government keeps doing. They bring out new things. Oh, when we do this new thing, it will become better. It's not going to become any better. They say the regulation will make the things better. Has it become better? It's not any better. They say removing subsidy will make things better. Has it become any better? It's not any better. In fact, Tinubu has borrowed more despite removing subsidy. Now they say, oh, when we do the tax, it's not going to get it. Look, let's stop. All these things are. The problem in Nigeria is
We're
that
gonna kill a lot of businesses with this taxation.
we see the reality, but we want to give excuses for it. Nothing is going to get better. This government is not accounting for anything. So that tax is not going to make anything better. Nothing. Lagos State. Are the public health institutions at par in Lagos State where they collect all the taxes? It's not going to get any better. There's not all that is not going to look until forefathers, Gaddafi of Libya, from oil resources could make his country, everybody, he liberalized it. Education, free education, jobs when you come out. Nigeria, what have the people got? What have the people got? You have petroleum resources, you have gas, you have mineral resources. What have the people got in return?
Let me be the devil's advocate here. If we are objective, I can argue that with the maybe $30 billion that the Nigerian government gets for its budget, they are spending it almost everything within the Nigerian state.
Like
because
what?
If you look at the roads maintenance,
Which roads?
Which roads?
You see, don't argue that
Come on now.
Wait.
The roads are being maintained.
Let me tell you something. Is it the same roads we see on social media that they will build? Look, okay, hold on. Next time, my brother, hold on.
Even if the road is ugly, it's still
hold on. Next time, my brother, you want to play devil's advocate. Okay. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Did you see, is it a bus stop that I will call it that Wike built in Abuja? And one rain, and they spent $21 million. That's what they said, that it cost $21 million to build that bus stop. One rain alone, just the first rain brought it down.
Wow.
Did you say wow? Just to build the bus
wow.
stop, $21 million, and nobody's saying anything.
So that big bus stop, that big bus stop terminal
brought it down. $21 million.
Wow. You know, the Abuja rain is very hostile too. It does destroy sheds. So maybe the lead build is well. Okay, fine.
Let me ask a question. Before the oil boom in Nigeria, there were roads, hospitals were functioning, there was railway functioning. How come after the oil boom, the excess money, everything has gone bad? There's nothing it has not gotten any better. So the point is this, it's not the tax. Taxes are not the problem. It's the accountability in the past. The government has no right to take taxes. Look, forefathers, the idea of taxes is that it's the way of the citizens contributing to the society. And many a times when the government needs to borrow, the government wants to raise money to do things. The Nigerian government has not shown accountability for the billions they've collected. It's not accountability.
I am trying to argue that they may have, because you're just not noticing it. Let me
come on. I know you.
We have a lot of roads in Nigeria. I don't know why we keep saying all this stuff. We have a lot of roads. We may not have very great hospitals, but we do have hospitals.
Please. Mention one road. Mention one road. Let's assume you are taking off as Calabar and you are heading at Sokoto. Mention one road that you can drive safely from Calabar to Sokoto.
Safely?
Yes. No, it's a smooth drive.
It doesn't have to be smooth for you to spend money.
Look at you.
It's still valid. Hold on. You got out of 200-kilometer road, you could have 190 kilometers smooth.
Let me tell you
not
something.
Very well done. It's possible.
In 2026, our politicians are still campaigning with road. In 2026, they're still campaigning with "I'm gonna build roads."
I think that's because the money we
have.
So
this road, every administration that comes in power, that is the same thing that they will tell us. That so this road is, they never for one they say they have completed building all the roads in Nigeria.
Okay, if you let me ask you, Have you asked, like in the state here you are from, how much do they use to maintain the roads?
Do they
If you
maintain
hear
the road?
the
That's the
amount,
question.
like let's
Do
say,
they
like
even maintain the road? They
okay,
will tell you they are
there is
building a
no
road. By
though.
the time you come next year and you look
You,
at the same road,
you know how Jonathan wife say there is God though, there is God.
there
You
is
know
God
when
now.
you get
We know now.
out from
There
the
is
airport,
God.
you see road though. It's not
There
like
is
it's
God.
this thing.
Maintain which road?
No, I mean there is
Let me
road
tell
in
you, if
Nigeria.
they our forefathers had he been this, if they're maintaining roads, they won't be campaigning, telling us they're gonna build roads for us. You live in a
Yes.
developed country. I live in a developed country. Let me tell you something. I think I've said it here before. The boulevard that led to my subdivision, right?
Yeah.
There was a time it was causing a lot of traffic. Then, people were complaining and yada yada. It didn't take them at least 1 month to expand this road, boulevard.
Yeah.
It did not take them 1 month. When I say 1 month, I mean 1 month. And they did not call the president to come and inaugurate it. Their inauguration. No.
Yes, I think I agree with that.
Right? And the state. But remember, it was in our country, this Nigeria, River State, that the young girl spoke up about the situation, about the state of the secondary school or primary school in her community. And the local government chairman went there and beat the girl up and beat her mother up. Right. In a country. And nobody said anything. Right? Until VDM intervened and then Burna Boy got involved. All because she spoke up. A typical person that has sense will call her and say, okay, what is it? And go there and take care of it with no problem. But instead, he went with thought and beat the hell out of the girl. That is my country. And the governor did not say anything. The senator, the House of Reps, they did not say anything about that young girl.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying about our officials not caring for their people, for the citizens. Basically, that's your argument. I'm not supporting that. I'm just saying that if you are in a country where the national budget is around $30 billion, why are we surprised that things are not working in Nigeria? That amount is not enough. I think where we failed was that we didn't increase the amount to spend on the country.
That's
and
not
tax is
true.
one of the ways to
No,
do that.
Dexter said accountability. It's not about we borrowing. The question we are asking, the money we have borrowed so far, can you show me one thing that you can say that the government has used the borrowed money to do? It's not about accountability.
Abuja Kaduna Highway.
Has it been completed?
Yes.
So let me tell you, my brother, if they tell you the money they have stolen so far,
yes,
the money they have stolen so far is 10 times more than the money they have invested.
You know what? Has anybody bothered to truly investigate the percentage of national wealth, national budget that is being stolen versus the one that is actually being spent?
How will you investigate when all of them there are corrupt? How will you investigate?
Forefathers,
just look at it. Someone like Shore can commission to investigate.
Forefathers, 2023 budget not completed. That's the partial budget, not completed. 2024 budget not completed. 2025, the capital projects attached to these projects were not done.
Not done. I think they said 30%.
So you approve money. There's nothing to show for it, and then you come the next year and you also approve
money for the same project.
Let's stop.
In a country where they budgeted billion for our healthcare. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think forefathers is just pushing me and pulling my leg.
I'm just trying to argue that
39 million naira. That's what they budgeted for healthcare in Nigeria. So it means
that's diabolical. I don't know how.
But that's what I'm telling you. So each state we get about, let's say, 1.5 million. My brother, do you know what American budgeted healthcare? No, check it. Israel.
California one is more than $200 billion. California.
Thank you. Okay, I don't even want to call the big state. Let's not call New York, California, all those big states.
This man,
Okay, let us
this
even talk
guy
about smaller,
videos, I
small
love
states.
when I'm stressed. Always,
Hey, Dexter, no, that.
He's
If you
hiding.
want to be on, you have to put your camera on. You can't be without the camera. That's
Tunaja,
you have to put your camera on.
Tunaja, are you hearing me? Are you hearing me, Tunaja?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you're supposed to put your camera on.
You're still under camera policy, aren't you?
Yeah, no, it's not mine because the stream is going out to other channels.
Oh man, this is why I don't pop up in this channel. I like to listen to this channel, but I don't pop up with the camera.
Yes, you know I do stream sometimes. Like last week, I streamed on my channel. You were not there, so look out for it. I will stream sometime later this week.
I wanna run something through you tonight. I wanna run something through you.
But not now. You are breaking the rules.
But it's a quick one. It's a quick one.
No way. No quick one. Don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to get me in trouble. All right. Thank you for
coming. Okay.
All right, nice one.
Fathers, if you can allow me for 1 minute, I did not come to join your program, but I came to ask you a question.
All right, go ahead. Welcome.
I've been listening throughout you are presenting your program. I never hear you say or to announce that there is a demonstration tomorrow by Nigerians in London at the premises of the British Parliament. I never heard you say anything about that. So I am expecting you, since you have been talking here since almost 4 hours, that you should use your platform, begin to announce that Nigerians are going to gather in front of the British Parliament tomorrow, that Amopita must go. I expected you to do that. You, in particular, that always talk about government of Nigeria, that the government of Nigeria is doing good for you. And also my brother Jagu and my brother diaspora. What my brother my brother diaspora and I'm very sure that show is aware about it. You are aware, but you decided to keep quiet because you are eating from this government. So I expected you to. I want you to show me that you were there tomorrow, that they are going to appear on that demonstration Nigerians are going to do tomorrow in front of the British Parliament, because that's the only way you begin to let me to believe anything you say here in this platform. So I was listening from office until I came back home, and I didn't hear you say Nigerians are gathering tomorrow in front of British Parliament. We need that this man, the INEC chairman, should go. All you're telling us about Iran and the Trump and what does not concern Nigeria. What concerns us, you keep quiet on anything that concerns Nigeria. This one concerns all of us. We need credible election. So I need you to go there, appear tomorrow at the British Parliament tomorrow. Nigerians are gathering. If you don't know, let me give you the information. That's why I came in. I didn't come in to join your program. I came in to let you know. If you say you don't know, Nigerians are going to gather in front of the British Parliament tomorrow. That's why I came in.
Yeah, thank you for that question. If I wasn't aware before this show started, and if I was aware, I wouldn't go. And if I had the opportunity to go, or I could tell the people that are going there, I'll say, don't waste your time. Because you are going to the people that put him in office in the first place to go and complain to them. What do you think you're going to get from there? It's like, I don't understand people. What are you going to get? You're not going to get anything from there. If this was China, maybe I would hear. Maybe if this was Russia, I would hear. The people that put him in place are the people you are going to complain to. It's like, when I was telling those people that were saying Trump should bomb Nigeria, that Trump is on his side. And what do you think Trump does? Even with Maduro, he said after he removed Maduro, he put his next in command in office. Trump doesn't care about the issues. He cares about what he wants from you. And all those people that are going there, they are just arming the foreigners against your own people. The only way you can transform your country, nobody transform their country through an election. Let's face it. The Israelis didn't become powerful because they are voting. No. The way you truly attain power is you are muted. Oh, sorry. You are talking, but you're muted. I'm sorry, Oga. Yeah. You're muted. You're muted. Your mic is muted.
The real reason I came in to tell you this is because what you just said now, I know from the bottom of my heart that is going to be your response. But I wanted you to come out again from your mouth again in this platform that people will hear you say it again.
No, I'm glad people are hearing it. And okay, I've always been consistent about that. I'm not silly enough to go and cry to the colonizers of my country that destroyed our kingdoms, that empower these leaders to go and beg them to remove him from office. That shows lack of ambition for your people. You think those people are going to hold your salvation? Never. That's not their job. Their job is to hold their own people's salvation. How many people have they saved because people went and protested at their gate? Can you name one? Which nation have they saved because their citizens went and protested at their at their embassy? Even the Iranians were going to protest at their embassy. Hey, guess what? When they went to their country, before you know it, those Iranians are now joining the regime. Because when those people arrive, you find out that they arrive for their own purpose. They didn't come there for you. I don't know why we think like this. Why? See, if it was me, what they are doing is exactly what I'm going to do to you. Because if you are stupid enough to think that I'm here to work for you, when I have my own family, my own people to worry about, they elected me to protect their interests, soldiers, all of them, then you expect me to come and protect your own interests. What do you think? When you are going there, you are just giving them ammunition against your own people.
People think like that. People think like that because they don't know how to think. They think everybody is as slow as they are. That you go somewhere to protest because you're in England. Rubbish. Why are you bringing rubbish to the table? It's better that you go and get on with what you were doing before. Nonsense.
I don't know.
Brother, where is he? He has gone away.
His wife here decided to go away. He gave me a swipe and just went away again.
What my brother Jagu said is already know what just.
No, because he understood. He understands now. If it was you too, you will understand. Why would you ask me to go to such a place? I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that kind of person. I don't believe in their salvation. They are not going to save you. If I will have to save myself first before they work with me. Like Iran now, they are sitting with Iran toe to toe, looking at Iran face to face because Iran has fought to save itself. That is how it works in this world. You have to be worthy. Don't go begging them to save you because they will not. Come on, man. Why would they do that? It's like a leopard saving the baby of an antelope. That's not how it works. They will feed on you. And that is their job, by the way. I'm not blaming them for it. They are not evil. They are doing the right thing. They've got their heads screwed on properly. It's us that have issues that go there to come and cry for them. What you should do is figure out a way to organize yourselves, empower yourselves, go to your country and wrest power from these people. The neatest way possible that you can do it.
Okay, my
That's
brother.
how you do it.
Sister Ify, God bless you. Sorry, I didn't say hi. I just came in to tell my brother forefather what is happening in his backyard. He's begin to defend himself.
I don't support this government. I don't support this government. The government betrayed him.
Uncle Ike, I have a question about this protest they're gonna do tomorrow. You see, I have a problem with it, to be honest with you. Why do we have to what does the British government, what do they have to do with that? No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. You're muted.
My sister, it's all about creating awareness. It's not about, we are not saying that the British government is going to go and remove.
They are part of the problem. They are part of our problem.
Listen, because for example, you are in the US. If Nigerians are protesting in New York or anywhere, we are doing it not because we are saying them to come and help us, but it's trying to create awareness. We are creating awareness. We are creating awareness for them to know what we are going through.
Let me tell you what is going to happen. Let's say you create your awareness. You know what is going to happen? They will use that as the leverage against your leaders again to even make more compromise to them. You are making it worse.
Yeah, to be honest with you, that's true.
If I was them, that's what I would do.
What do you want them to? Awareness. So, See, this is the way I look at it. You see, the Britain, they're going to support Tinubu, and you know why? You see the contract Tinubu just signed with them. It will only benefit them. So they don't know who is going to come in and said, you know what, I'm going to cancel this contract. So they already know that this contract is in place with Tinubu. They would rather want Tinubu to, continue. So anything for Tinubu to win the election, because they know if he loses the election, there will be a problem in the paradise, in the sense that all this contract, the 700 something million or whatever, almost 1 billion contract that was given to them, and half of it, they will do the job. Come on now. That's me.
My sister, God bless you.
If I want to, let's say,
yes, I just came in to tell my brother.
No, at least I'm happy that you came and challenged me on that one. My own opinion is well known. I don't subscribe to this type of a way of dealing with our problems. Because our problem is in-house. We have to deal with our problem in-house. And we have to change whatever circumstances we are facing in-house. Nobody is going to help you sort it out. They will just take advantage of you. I feel sorry for anybody that does that. If a man come and start crying to me about their problems in their country, and I'm a Nigerian leader, I'll be so happy. Like, oh, tell me everything. What is the problem? Who is that person that is doing you in? Tell me all your secrets. Because that's my job. And that's exactly what we do. Every time we go there, we think, I don't know where we got the idea that it is their job to help us. This is why we are suffering. Nigeria has one of the lowest life expectancy in the world, and we are not even being sanctioned. We shouldn't have to live like that. So, if you have a budget of $30 billion, tell me, like Dexter, if California today in America, which has about similar population as Nigeria, maybe less, actually less population than Nigeria, if they have to make do with the budget of Nigeria today, what do you think California will be like? If California has to make do with the budget of Nigeria, $30 billion.
You are getting it wrong. That analysis is, it's like you are putting the cart before the horse. You only get budgets based on the human capacity that you have, based on the infrastructure. That's why I think the third world countries actually have a higher growth, are estimated to have a higher growth rate than developed countries, because in developed countries, they already have the systems in place. All they are trying to do is maintain it. So California, their budget cannot be, their budget is driven by what they are going to do. It's not just an arbitrary figure of, do you understand? And it's also driven by what they have invested in. California, Silicon City is one of the most successful businesses in the world. What are the resources in Silicon? Is there any raw material for Silicon City? Silicon City is just people's brains. That's what Silicon City is. Silicon Valley is people's brains there. They are harnessing human resources. Nigeria, we don't harness human resources. You have over 200 million people. You can't harness them. They have become ragtag Boko Haram, and they are. That's what is happening in Nigeria.
I agree with you, but it's not where tax comes in.
So it's not about tax. It's not about, look, even in California, they give all those guys in Silicon Valley tax break. It's not about tax.
No, but they have money to give tax breaks. If you don't have money, they won't give tax breaks.
Tax comes from adding value. In California, they make an environment whereby you can come and invest. In fact, Elon Musk is he not taking Tesla out of California and taking it to Texas? You create
hold on. By that point, you said tax comes from adding values.
Yes.
So do you agree that there are some companies in Nigeria that add value?
See, the way you are looking about tax.
Don't run away from it now. Let's follow your argument. That is not an argument. So
you see the reason why, if I may, the reason why you are arguing is because you aren't appreciating that Nigeria is a country that builds failure upon failure. It doesn't build. It doesn't build. Why can't you accept the country that you come from?
I do accept.
Wait,
that.
let me land. I haven't finished lambasting. If you look at that, if you look at that new place that they call Eco-Atlantic, it's a wonderful idea. They have gone and they've spent a lot of money building on top of water, a new terrain. Now, if you look at the properties that they have on there, you know, you have a clean sheet, a clean canvas to paint a most delightful painting. But when you look at the standard and the quality of the properties that they're building upon that land and the infrastructure that they are trying to erect, it is not first class. It is something that you can build. You don't have to spend money building into the sea. You can build it in Onitsha. You can build it in Enugu. You can build it in uh, uh, Abiyakuta, Reno, and these places. But no, they decided to spend billions upon billions, and then they're going to create failure there. You can see it. That place should have been finished 5 years ago. It's got about 5 buildings on it. Pathetic. It's pathetic. This is what they are doing with the money. So when you see that Nigeria is talking about a tax incentive or tax break or tax emergence, when they talk like that, they are just saying that we are going to take more of your money, but we are not going to do anything about it because we even owe the government money. We owe foreigners money. We owe ourselves money. We haven't even come to the owing of what we are supposed to dedicate to the people. You see, Nigeria is not a proper country. So when you argue as though it's a proper country, I think you must be crazy. You must be out of your stupid little minds. What are you arguing about?
I think you are
Nigeria
mistaking
should tax
context
people
of
when
the
they didn't give any benefit.
Hold on now, calm down. I think the context of the argument was about some of the positive actions that the government has taken. So you have to treat it based on its merit, not bring the overarching
Well, if you're going to do that, sir,
to it.
if you're going to do that, you still have to start from the beginning. And the beginning shows us within
Well, you
the
shouldn't
first
though. Why would you start
wait,
from the beginning?
wait, because that is where we're talking about benefits and what benefit a tax is to the people of the nation. And there has been no benefit for the people of that nation. The people of Nigeria build for themselves on an individual and family basis. That's how anybody gets anything done in Nigeria.
Okay,
It's not because
but
we're building
now
for the
we are back to the
society.
same. We are back to the same position again. Now that
No,
we were
no,
talking.
but this is where we got to start. You see, when the way I look at Nigeria today, I have to put myself in the position of what would I do if I'm the head of that country? And I'll tell you the truth. I'm going to start from the beginning. There is you can't start from the middle. You cannot start from the middle. You have to start from the beginning. You can't start a story in the middle
The
or at
beginning
the end.
has many meanings and the middle has many meanings. The point we are discussing is based, if you want to go start from the beginning, I would say, okay, start from the national budget that we have right now. If you have $30 billion in Nigeria, do you think, even if you mean to spend it well, that would transform the country in the way
Well,
people see with
the
you?
fact is, if I had a £30 billion budget for the whole of Nigeria, I would have to communicate with my people that we're going on. This is the track that we're going on. This is where we're going to start. This is where I expect to end. This is where my administration should end. And I will let the people know that we are at war. And the war that we are at is survival, the war of survival. And how we are going to survive is like this. We know what's happening in Nigeria at the past. I am beginning at the beginning again. And the way we are going to do it is together. And the togetherness suggests X, Y, and Z. And the X, Y, and Z I'm talking about is that I would not tax Nigeria for the next 5 years. But what I will do is provide infrastructure. Once I've provided that infrastructure, the business that Nigeria should be doing, that is what we are all now going to engage ourselves in. Because Nigeria is a country that is at least a $15 trillion economy, but we are nowhere near gaining that. So I will communicate with my people
But
as to
almost
the
everything you
stages.
talked about just now, Tinubu talked about the same.
I'm not Tinubu. Tinubu didn't talk about anything in my ears. He may have,
No,
he may have spoken to you
that.
somehow.
About all these
Wait,
things. It's not about all these things.
No, he didn't say that.
Tinubu
He
Tinubu
said he has to start all over again. That's why he had to remove the fuel subsidies and everything. We have to start again because the country is not in the. That's why he put the currency.
No, forefathers. One key thing Jagaban said there. He said he won't tax the people for the next 5 years. He will use it to build. Tinubu didn't say that. Do you understand the cost?
He won't tax people for the next 5 years. He will use it to build. Use what to build? Are you not going to pay staff? With what money? No, no. Hold on. Let's not create very money. Where do you get the money to pay this bill that you're talking about?
How do we fund our budget in Nigeria?
Oil money.
Okay, so what are the taxes?
That's about $30 billion or so. That's what I was saying.
No. I just asked, how do we fund the budget? That $30 billion budget. How do we fund it?
How do we fund it? How do you mean?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by fund it.
When do we get the money for it? When do we get the money for it?
From crude oil, like I said.
Good. So the point Jagaban has made makes sense. You're actually funding the budget from somewhere else. And he says, what I will do is, because I want to put infrastructure in place that will make you successful, I'm not going to tax you for the next 5 years. I will use that resource to make the place good, conducive for you.
How do you pay staff? How do you pay staff and take care of people without getting tax money?
That is part of the budget. That is when, how do you fund the budget? When you do a budget, how do you fund it?
Okay. I see what you are trying to say. So they will use that money to fund the budget and from there get some of it to build infrastructure.
The forefathers, the budget, the infrastructure is part of what is written in the budget.
That's why I said from that budget, they take some of it to build infrastructure.
Forefathers in Nigeria, we fund our budgets from oil, crude oil resources, from the gas resources. It's not from your taxes. It's not from your taxes.
Yes, it's not from your taxes. I want us to agree on that. That's why I'm trying to come to an agreement with you. That we take the money from the 30 billion, we use some of them to fund salaries, and we use some of them to build infrastructure. Are we in agreement?
Yes. That is the original plan.
Based on that, that's what the government has been doing, and it's not enough.
No, forefathers, no. That's not what the government. Look, forefathers, the budget for health was around, I think, 200 billion. The guy got, was it 36 million or 36 billion? What are we talking about here?
No, that one is not. It's clearly not enough money, and we don't necessarily.
The point is this: you are saying that you are creating an ideal situation that the government has said we need a budget of 30 billion, and they have used that money judiciously to achieve the purposes. That's not what they are doing.
I think the figure that you are quoting in billions is not accurate for health.
What was the budget for health?
I think that one is for something. It's about, look at the figure, it's a 2.48 trillion for the health sector.
No, for 2025, what was the budget for 2025 for health?
Let me see what else for 2025 they are talking.
The guy got less than 10% of the money.
No. What you're talking about is for hospitals or something like that. But for health budget, it's trillions. You see, we have to be careful the language we are using. It's trillions. 2.48 trillion naira is what and that's equivalent to 1.something billion.
What did he get?
That's okay. Let me see. Primary health. No, hold on. Let me read it for you. That billion, that's the one you're talking about. It says primary healthcare funding. The government recently approved 32 billion for basic healthcare provision fund. So that is the one we're talking about.
There was a budget which the guy said this is what we need, and there was what was released for him, which was completely
that is not the health budget. That's not the $1 trillion one.
Whatever you're saying, the money that was released to him was significantly almost less than 10% of what was in his budget.
Can somebody in the chat, if you have this information, can you share it, please, so that we can confirm what is
if somebody writes a budget and says, I need 200 billion, and the government loads that into the national budget, but when they are releasing funds to him, they give him less than 10% of the money. And then you're saying, oh, we have a budget of 30 trillion and we are executing. You're not executing anything. The 2025 budget is still running. 2024 budget is still running.
Okay, let me see. I will try to find the
36 million you got.
The news. Who calls for urgent overhaul of health? This thing. So far, I've not seen the evidence of. You say, okay, CDAPP fault Nigeria's failure to meet 15% of health funding benchmark. 50%. You see, this is what. In other words, that benchmark is about spending about 15% of national budget on healthcare. That's what they are talking about. They are not talking about. So 15% of 30 billion. It's not billions of naira. We are talking about trillions of naira.
Forefathers, you are not listening to what I'm saying, forefathers.
If you can specify what you're talking about, search it and find it.
The baseline is this. The summary is this. The Minister of Health asked for money for healthcare, primary healthcare, and it was loaded into the budget. What was given to him was less than 10%. The point is that they've told the Nigerian public, oh, this is the budget, but we have budgeted 200 million or 200 billion. When they gave the man money for the job, they give him less than 10%. Forefathers, the local contractors in Nigeria are still being owed from projects they supposed to have done in 2025. So what was this? What are we talking about? I don't want to be hating on any government.
Okay, the guy said 36 million naira was released.
36 million naira out of 218 billion.
Naira. I want to check it out because if it is true, it's going to pop up on the search. I hope so. Let me see because I want to understand. Okay, I see misleading. Okay, see that misleading reports claim Ministry of Health received only 36 million naira in 2025. This is crazy. We shouldn't be doing this. We should be better than this. When certain things happen.
What was the source of your information before you just because the government is definitely putting a disinformation out there. What is the source of your information before you just tell us, oh,
okay,
this
let
is
me tell you the source of the information. Let me tell you sometimes some things nobody needs to tell you. You have to use your own common sense to know it. Like example, look at what I'm trying to say now. When they tell you, somebody comes and tell you tomorrow that, and I'm sure you are not going to believe that the Nigerian government didn't spend 1 penny on the state of Nigeria. You too will look at that. Are you crazy? That's not true. Because clearly there are things that are functioning in Nigeria that the government spent money on. That's what I mean. If you want to tell me that the Nigerian government spent 36 million naira on healthcare, the whole doctors would have retired, the whole nurses would have retired, the whole hospitals would have closed for that amount. So we know that didn't happen. Clearly, the number is wrong. That's what it is telling you. So that's why once you mentioned that, I knew that number doesn't make sense. Because you can't spend 36 million naira for a national health care. It has to be in the trillions. That, like I said, if you have only 30 billion.
You can't say it has to be in the trillions when you don't have trillions. You haven't got no trillions.
No, I mean trillions of naira. Trillions of naira, not dollars.
Okay.
I think you're thinking this. Jesus Christ, our economy is not even up to $1 trillion.
Forefathers, the news is there. Forefathers, let me read the news. The 2025 capital budget for Nigeria Federal Ministry of Health has faced intense scrutiny due to the extreme funding gaps. Out of a total capital allocation of 218 billion, only 36 million to 38 million was released for capital projects.
For capital projects?
Yes.
So that amount, I think what I'm reading here, they call that misleading information. And before you go on, that budget is not a health budget. That's for primary health care. But it's not the health.
The point is this. Whether you call it, okay, forefathers, let's look at it this way. Primary healthcare center. How many states are there in Nigeria? 36 states. 36, okay, including the federal capital territory. 37 states. So with 36 million, it means that for all the population in each state is 1 million naira that will take care of the primary healthcare. What are you talking about? Let's think about. Let's just rationalize it further. 36 million for forefathers, 36 million for 200 million plus people. Primary health care.
No. I'm not saying it's enough.
No, let me ask you a question. Is that the kind of society you want your children to grow up in?
God you see, brothers, we shouldn't waste time arguing about rubbish, to be honest. We should use this time well, which is to really understand where we agree about Nigeria. And for me, we should be agreeing upon that it has failed. Nigeria has failed. And we have an opportunity to resurrect it. Nigeria is deeply in debt to itself. And the debt that we need to pay for itself, we don't have that money. We don't have it. So therefore, what do we do is where we should begin our discourse. What we do is to really understand that we have to use a lot of muscle in order to bring ourselves to where we should be. Brain muscle, the spirit in itself, and the physical energies that we have to bring ourselves out of the myopic vision that we have as a nation. If we do that, we will resurrect who it is that we are. Because the more we argue like how we're arguing, the more we're going absolutely nowhere. I don't agree with you, forefather. I can't agree with your way of bringing Nigeria as a nation to the fore. I can't agree with it. You're arguing from the middle, and the middle is defunct because it has no beginning. We have to have a beginning. I don't like the way we talk. I don't like the way we waste time. I've been listening to the show since Dr. Damages was on. And I've been listening and wanting to come in. I felt that, look, how we speak is as though we actually come from a nation that makes sense. We don't make any sense to anybody in the world. All the Nigerians who travel back to Nigeria, the youths who go and do Dirty December and all these things, they're just going to enjoy the ending embers of a burning nation. That's all they're going to do. If the nation is not building, it's not constructively building to anywhere. We need to think about how do we constructively build when we realize that we are indebted to ourselves. We can't pretend like we're a normal nation like anyone else because we are the giants of Africa. Yeah. Because we boast all about rubbish all day long. No, man. That's a waste of my life. It should be a waste of yours. You just come out from Nigeria. You use the word shabby. You see, that word is so deep if you understand it, because that's what we build upon. Shabbiness upon more shabbiness. That's not how to construct a nation. Have you seen countries that are less endowed than we are, but the nation looks stable? It seems as though people can get on with their lives. They can go to work. They can have fun. There's things to do in their nation. A lot of people travel to Nigeria after they've done one or two silly things. They're bored because there's nothing really to do in that country. When I travel to Nigeria, I look upon the infrastructure and I say the only infrastructure here are personal houses. They're not real infrastructure for the main market, the main road, in where people actually live. No parks. Nothing. The beaches are only seen as where individuals can create wealth for themselves, not as a national treasure that we are giving free for our citizens. No, we're only looking how to corner an area and then try and make money. Bruh, what kind of rubbish is that? It's rubbish. Why can't you admit that we come from a state that is full of crap? It's full of crap.
Hold on. You can't.
Bro, how can you be satisfied?
You can't just keep saying that, which you are correct, that things are messed up in the country. And I'm trying to spell out the facts of the situation, because you can't just say things are messed up without facing the fact. And we keep saying, oh, people are stealing money. Has anybody ever bothered to do an objective research on how much that is actually being embezzled in the Nigerian state? Has anybody bothered to do that research? Because just like Nigerians, no, let me finish, please. Just as Nigerians, people argue that Nigerians are criminals all over the world. Has anybody bothered to do the research to find out how criminal are Nigerians? Because sometimes the more you look into that situation, you find a totally different answer. The same thing goes with Nigeria too. If you say, okay, in America, how much of the wealth or the budget of the national, this American national budget is actually being wasted or somehow embezzled within the system? If you check that percentage and compare that to Nigeria, some people will be shocked to find out they are not that far apart. You'll be shocked to find how they are not that far apart. And that is not because our people are less corrupt. It's
you see, I can't take what you're saying. Again, I hear what you're saying, but I can't take it as a win. I can't take it as a win.
No, of course, I'm not taking that as a win. I'm just saying that the awareness should be there before we just assume that everything is
as I said, my awareness of being a Nigerian is not that we are all criminals, but we do fall into different categories of criminality. We do fall in categories of I do it if I want to do it. You know, if I tell you the truth about myself, anything I want to do, anything on this planet, I'm going to do it. But that's still down to my own thinking. And it could be wrong in somebody else's eyes, or it could be justified in someone else's eyes. Either way, what I'm trying to put to you is that in Nigeria, we live on the grandeur that we began with prior to Nigeria becoming a sovereign nation, because we were trained by the British and we took up a lot of what the British left for us in terms of ethics, and that was largely in the South. Even though we had ethics in our own nations all across Nigeria, the ethics of doing things in a certain way in order to build a nation or build a country, at least, you know, we had that from the British. Each year that went by, it became less and less because it didn't hold. So the first 5 years of our independence is what we are still living on today as Nigerians. That gives us any sense of pride at all. Otherwise, there is no sense of pride to be had. I'm telling you, none. We are all just leeching off our grandfather and great grandfather's largesse. That's what we are doing as a nation. I'm telling you that that's not sufficient. It's not sufficient. The generation that's coming, because it would have bafuka by then. It would have all gone up in smoke. So therefore, what do? I tell you what we must do. We must find where there is agreement. It doesn't matter of the 1,000 million things that we need to agree upon, that we agree upon 10 only. 5. If that's where we agree, that's where we begin. If we don't do that, we're not going anywhere. All we're doing is sitting in our chair, comfortable as you look, arguing about nonsense, wasting time practically.
Based on the result that I just found, Nigeria, on average, even if I'm not sure how credible this is because it's supposed to be linked to a Facebook page, but it says based on the reports and forensic analysis, a significant portion of Nigeria's national budget is lost to corruption, waste, and fraudulent practices. Estimates indicate that roughly 25% of annual budget have been lost to various notorious schemes within government. So 25%, while that of the US can be as high as 10%. But in terms of actual figures, we're talking about in the range of $236 billion to $521 billion can be lost per annum. That is equivalent to more than 10 times Nigeria annual budget to almost 20 times Nigeria's annual budget. That's budget that we currently spend for about 30 years. No, 10 to 20 years, I mean. That's how high Americans can steal in 1 year. The actual amount. So like I said, yes, we are losing proportionally higher amount, which is 25%. But in terms of the figures themselves, American ones dwarf that of Nigeria. So at least it's good to have an idea that it's around 25%.
Yeah, but again, you see, looking at things in that light, You're taking it as some kind of a win. It's not a win.
I'm not
Nah,
actually.
wait, my brother.
Is the
What
awareness.
what America and the West are doing, or any country in the world are doing, they are doing better than we are, much and far better. So we can't afford to play their game. We can't afford it, but we're doing it anyway. We're doing it anyway. We are at much more desperate situation than they are. Our infrastructure is nothing to write home about. There are stupid people who call themselves now. There's one guy now called himself Lion something, Lion Idiot. I don't know what he called himself. Lion Mountain. He says that I'm an idiot. He didn't say I'm a waste. He didn't say why. He can't come up here and give his own policy as to what Nigeria needs. But he can stand behind hiding like a coward that he is and start typing bullshit. You see, this is the Nigerian mindset. The Nigerian mindset is warped. It's not. You said it earlier that Nigerians don't know how ignorant they are. This is the fact. Nigerians are ignorant to the point of ignorance upon ignorance, which is why we build failure upon failure. It's why we do it. If we do not, you see, Nigeria is not complicated as we think. Even though, yes, it has.
But you say that though, when we try to understand where our budget is going, it's not to say that it's
We
not a
know where
bad
it's going.
thing.
We don't have, we know, brother forefathers, we know that our budgets are going and have been going into the pockets of our so-called elite and whoever can get away with thievery. That's where it's going.
Yeah,
There's
hold
no
on. My problem is that some people think that 100% is going to them or 80% is going to them. But now, objective figures, or I wouldn't call it objective, but at least the figure that is out there says it's about 25%. So now we know. If you know that 25% is being lost to corruption, you can look at ways to reduce that further so that more of that money goes to the states, isn't it? That's the
What about
argument.
this? What about the fact that 25% goes to corruption? What is the 75% doing?
To the state, to the people.
Okay, but can you see it? Can you see what the state is doing? I can't.
I can see it. You
I
see,
can't
that's
see
the
it.
problem. You can't see it.
No, I can't see it because, my brother, it's not because of the 25% that you say is going to corruption. Corruption is everywhere in the country, and trying to fight corruption in the
But
way
why
that
can't you see
wait. Trying to
the
fight
5%?
corruption in the way Buhari and all these people have tried to do is not the way to go about it. You're supposed to build up an infrastructure and a body of people that act in a certain way. And the more those people are given power, the less corruption that there is. But it's
why can't
never,
you
corruption
see
will never
75%?
end.
Why
Corruption is
can't you
never going
see
to end. It's a
75%
waste.
of the
It's a
money
wasted
that is being
fight.
spent? I'm asking you, why can't you see the 75% of the money that is being spent on the state?
Because I'm a Nigerian. I know Nigeria. You know, if you look at Nigeria from when I've been growing up, where major monies was being spent was on and in Ikeja. The majority of those who had wealth were in Victoria and Ikoyi Islands. Apart from that, everything that you see has largely been built by individuals, largely, not by the state.
So who pays the soldiers? Who pays the nurses? Who pays the teachers? Who pays the
The people,
forest guards? Who paid all
the
those people?
the people, and the people's money have been paying for all these things.
Talking about
If
federal workers.
you're from the Niger Delta area. If you look at the Niger Delta area as a whole, that should have been Dubai before there was ever anything called Dubai. But no, instead, it's one of the most sickest areas in the world. That area is as sick as it is because everything else, the money has gone to every other thing in Nigeria. That's where it's gone. Let's not be silly.
Oh, look at this now. Something interesting has happened in
You
Nigeria
see,
that I think.
you're looking at the internet to give you valve. That's not
Yeah, no.
correct.
I'm trying to check some information so I'll be more objective. If not, I will just say stuff from my head. So the Nigerian federal workers, the number has swollen to about 1.1 million, if I'm not mistaken, based on the numbers I'm looking at. So if it is swollen up to that, let's say up to 1 million, Those people, they get paid, and most of our federal workers actually get paid. It's not like state governors, state workers that don't get paid. The federal ones actually get paid. So if you look at the 75% that you say you don't see, the fact that your car is driving on the road shows you that money is there. The trains are working. Some of the trains in Nigeria are working. Shows you that money is there. The street lights are there. Shows you the money is there. It's like we pretend as if we don't see. The problem is we are not scaling up. We are not making more money. And this is where the tax issue comes in. If somebody is able to get more tax into the Nigerian coffers, what you are going to get is that now you can even borrow more money. You get more tax in your Nigerian coffers, you can borrow more money with it because you leverage your ability to collect tax as a way to raise funds with international lending agencies. You see what I mean?
Let me tell you this, bro. Let me tell you this. The amount of industries that are waiting for development in Nigeria is unbelievable. But if me and you now sit down and speak about what are the industries that are presently in Nigeria that are Nigerian owned, government run, and run by the private sector, if we now break that down, we'll see that there's hardly anything there. I can tell you in my state that there are about 14 industries that me personally, I can bring them out of the ground. I can bring them out of the ground. They're just there wallowing, laying fallow. And you're talking about taxes. The whole of the no. Let's be serious. Let's be serious. We can't. Let's be, bro.
Jago, you
All
don't
I'm saying
understand
to you.
represents.
No. All I'm saying to you is that when you speak about Nigeria in the way you do, as though Nigeria is actually doing something, I object to it. I object to it because Nigeria isn't doing much. There's the oil industry. What else can I say? There've been wood. There's been rubber. There's been some levels of manufacturing where, at a certain time.
I agree with you on that. I'm not.
However, that is minuscule when you think about what is actually in that nation. And then not only what is in that nation, where is Nigeria situated? Nigeria is situated in the middle of Africa where it's just thriving with natural resources. So if we get it right as Nigerians in Nigeria, we can help the rest of Africa to get it right for themselves. And that is where Nigeria is supposed to position itself and then call themselves the giant of Africa. Not put the cart before the horse, as has been said, where now we're calling ourselves the giant of Africa and we've achieved nothing. I don't like that kind of
thing. I don't even know who coined that term. They have not done Nigeria favors at all by saying that.
I mean, come on, let's be serious. It's the boasting nature that we have.
I don't like
we can boast about nothing. We don't need to start boasting as Nigerians. That's why people boast about their children becoming PhDs. They've become PhD. What have they done?
Giant of Africa is such arrogance. And
what has any PhD done?
You know? Even if you have done stuff, there's no need to call yourself giant anyway. You know, let other people call you the great, like the Great Britain. Great Britain did something.
It is for other people to do. It is for other people to do.
Giant of Africa. What is that all about? I don't know who coined that term before.
It's a Nigerian that did it. At the end of the day, it's a Nigerian. Yeah, you see, there's a way that we behave that we don't recognize how bad it is. We don't recognize how badly we behave. You know, anytime I'm at an event and I come across one or two Nigerians, mainly Nigerian individuals, they make me proud for what they can do and what they can achieve. But so many times I'm embarrassed by how they behave, how they look, what they perceive, the comments that they make in public. They're embarrassing. Look at Kemi Badenoch to me is a complete embarrassment. Complete and utter.
Yeah. Hold on, Jago. I think these chat people, you know, when I say these are people in our chat, they didn't go to school. I am telling you, these people didn't finish Evil's elementary school. At the rate they are going right now. Like, what did I say economically that is a problem now? That I said that, you see, some people just want us to lambast Nigeria day in, day out, just cost Nigeria, then they will be happy in the chat. No, you are seeing the money that you are spending. The problem in Nigeria is that we don't raise enough money. If Tinubu borrows $10 billion, we act as if he has borrowed the whole world. While America is spending $1 billion a day only in Iran area, they are spending that a day like nothing, like water. The money they spend on this war alone is more than it's more than our national budget.
Yeah, that shouldn't even bother. It's the problem of somebody like Pansat, who should be a man who knows better. He's blaming Yorubas because Igbos are saints and they have no blame of anything. It's like, are you stupid? You can't be. But again, we have to forgive him because it's Pansat, and we allow Pansat to talk any kind of rubbish he wishes. You know, some of
If
these
you
people
ask
that's
me, I'm becoming in the last 3-4 weeks, I'm becoming a little bit more partial to the Igbo culture to an extent. I'm actually becoming, because I did a bit of research, and I have to be consistent. I don't like people that want to start fights amongst us, like the way Pansat is doing right now, targeting Yoruba people. I don't like that, and I don't like when Islamists target fellow Nigerians. I don't like that, and I think everybody too should feel that way. And then when I translate that to the Igbo culture, generally, historically, they are not known to be expansionist in terms of using conquest. They are expansionist nonetheless, but not through conquest. And if people can expand peacefully, question is, do you persecute them for that? Because
no.
they are not
You see,
forcing their way. They're not going into
unfortunately,
your house.
if you're going to make certain particular points, I would understand. But the point that you make is about expansionism, and expansionism isn't always conquest, or no, it isn't always violent or war. No, it happens through trade. It happens through culture. It happens through soft power.
But should that
Now,
not be the one? No, the question is, should that not be the one you encourage than the other way
no,
around?
no, it's not that easy because we all have it. There's no one who's a specialist. People always try to say that the Igbos are specialists at this or specialists at that. Me personally, I
But
don't
they
believe it.
tend to be specialists at it in terms of being brave, going to
No, no,
places no
but
one has ever
my
been.
brother, you can say it, but now prove it because the
The
Igbo
fact
business.
is there.
Wait. The Igbo businessman to me, it's not that to say that he doesn't prefer trade, or he doesn't like trade, or he doesn't like hard work, which we can all appreciate. Having said that, when you see what it is that they're trading and what the hard work is for, then it boils down into quite literal. It doesn't even boil down into something that galvanizes them as a nation. It is very individualistic and it is very family and singularly orientated. All of the striving of the Igbos, it hasn't really given them much. In fact, what it's done is left them reliant on Nigeria because they're spread all over the whole
Actually,
country.
no, actually, if what if I
Wait. Let me
told
just
you
land.
that?
Let me land on this point.
Okay, go ahead.
Given the fact that they're spread all over the whole country, they say that they are the most Nigerian. But what it is that they are the most traveled within Nigeria and they will do business anywhere in order to gain their daily bread. Having said that, it means that their daily bread relies on the other states that they've traveled to, as opposed to their own area, which is what gives them political weakness. They're on one hand, they want Biafra. How can you have Biafra when you are the people who are spread all over the place? Are you crazy? It's never going to happen. It's just not going to happen. You've left your place to be a war zone or a dead zone, and then you travel to the rest of Nigeria to say what they say, develop the rest of Nigeria. For me, that is not nous. That's not nous. I don't care. It's not nous. You should build your terrain and know that you have a terrain. Know that you have somewhere to go back to. You're supposed to do that. You know how many houses in Igbo land lying fallow, nobody there. Someone goes there once every 4 years. The place has been built with millions upon millions. The cost is expansive, but nobody goes there. They leave it empty. That's not common sense. That's not how to live, especially in a country like Nigeria that is not a full nation. It's not a full functioning nation. You see, we get it so wrong because we have this idiotic diatribal way of thinking.
The way we think is it's not getting us where we're supposed to go. That's why I say to you, forefather, where you begin conversations is always to me wrong. It's like, what are you really? What are you holding? What are you holding? What are you holding as? Who are Nigerians? Who are they? What is our road? Where are we going? Actually, we're getting up early in the morning, rah rah rah, all day long, and then go to sleep at the middle of the night, just to wake up in the next 4 hours and start it all over again. Where are you? What are you doing it for? The education that we've given ourselves, all this, what has it amounted to for our country, in our country? Because it hasn't amounted to a crock of shit in our country. It's amounted to everything else, everywhere else. Me and you are in the UK. So whatever we've learned has been given unto Europe. We may sit here and say, oh, I'm not a European. I don't like what Europeans are doing. But we're giving them all that is ours. All our strength. We're giving them our children even. Our children would now, we have to fight them to go to Nigeria. Oh, they want to go over there. Why? There's no light. Why is there light here? Because we are putting our energies here. Come on. We're not thinking people. We in fact, we prefer to know how to be ignorant. We prefer ignorance.
Let me add something though. Say, in terms of the southeastern people, given you said that something about they are not doing very well, even if all the stuff they've done.
Look, I mean, just look at what
yeah, no, Pansat is not a good measure of.
It's not Pansat alone. It's not Pansat. It's just everyone. No one.
Pansat, it's okay. My point is that the southeastern people have one of the highest HDI in the country, especially like Anambra State, and it's only second to Lagos. Anambra State is only second to Lagos. It's not the HDI. These are people. In other words, Anambra surpasses all the other southwestern states. All of them, it surpasses all of them. So, and these are people that you would think, okay, they have not done so well for themselves, but they've done this well for themselves, with being landlocked and all the disadvantages. So it tells you that there's something that they are doing that is enabling them to do this well. You see what I mean? So, and I'm telling you, I didn't know these figures when I said what I said, because I've seen it. I've lived amongst Igbo people when I was in Port Harcourt. There are Igbo people there. So technically they're also in Lagos. So it's not everybody was no Igbo people in Nigeria. So they're in Port Harcourt too. So I have seen, and I tend to notice certain things about people that most people just dismiss. You can see that the way they take care of their health is different from other groups. They do it better. Their hygiene tends to be higher, actually, even if Aba is crazy. But even in Aba market, I remember we used to go to Aba market. You can tell the way they treat medicine. Maybe they sell medication and stuff like that too. So the way they treat medicine is different from the way the other groups do. And so from that point of view, I'm not surprised to see this. But the last one that gave me a bit of an insight, which I normally say that they have this Abel syndrome, but it's almost cemented in by the fact that they don't resort to violence to expand. They don't have do you know that the only time the Igbo people were united on anything was when Nigeria was fighting them in that civil war? They'd never come together to fight any other group in Nigeria before. They've always been just doing their own thing. Everybody's doing their own thing in their own area. If they have any enemy here, they will fight that one. That group will fight that enemy. Not as a whole Igbo people. Nigeria made them that to an extent. Actually, Nigeria forced them to be part of one group, and they became like that. And based on the record that they don't use war like the way the Fulanis did, and various other people like to conquer different places to take over their territory, to expand their space, they don't do that. And you would think because they have a small land, they should do that. But they don't, because that is not their nature. And I don't know whether this world that we are in, people that don't use force to expand their territory, they should be discouraged. You see what I mean? The people that are actually using force are the ones we should discourage, not the ones that are not using force.
You see, That point that you're making, you've made it twice. I don't know why you're saying it so much.
No, because
Very,
it's important.
wait, 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 wait,
Because the future.
waiting.
No, hold on. The
I've
reason
said
why
two words.
I'm trying to hold on. That point is
No,
very
no, I've
important.
said two words
The reason
now.
why I
I've
said that
listened.
because the entire humanity, our future hangs on that. That is how important it is. You can't have
I'm
a
not saying. Listen to me. Listen,
using
because
war.
I am critiquing not the Igbos. I'm critiquing Nigeria. There's many people that don't see that because they believe that them as Igbos, they are saints, and as saints we can do nothing wrong. Fair enough for any idiot that wants to think that. However,
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No. Me personally, I'm speaking not just to you. I'm speaking to those listening and idiots in the panel in the comment section. The best of my friends are Igbo for reasons known to me, but that doesn't say that I can say this or say that. Because everybody believes that you should only say this thing. The way we think, I don't even like comprehending it. It's just so weak and rubbish. One said, "You sold your uncle's house." Do you know my history, you fool? The way we think, it's like with this kind of thinking, is this what we're taking to bring to the world stage and travel forward and have the world following us? Is this the kind of thinking that we bring? It's not sufficient. It's not sufficient. Nigeria stands in a position, just as you rightly said about Iran in the last. I was listening. You're correct as far as I see. Iran is well positioned, not just to be a world power, but to be righted, that they can tell their story anew from the beginning. Because if they tell their story accurately, not have the West tell their story, they tell their story, the world will be on their side. To be frank, me, the first time I heard about terrorism and I saw somebody in Palestine blow himself up, and at the same time of blowing himself up, he blew up 21 Israelis. When I saw that, I thought, how do you fight when you have no arms, no weaponry, and there are people oppressing you? How do you actually go to war with such people? And then I looked upon it that this terrorism isn't all craziness, or it's deeper than the craziness that someone would suggest that it is. Whilst I don't like anything like that, check it from the point of view of that person. Try to
Let's
see it from
not
the
make
point
the
of.
mistake of stop supporting a war crime. That is a war crime to attack.
No. You see all this political correctness that
No, it's
you are
not about
involved with.
political correctness.
It is about that. It is. Stop
Argument.
arguing rubbish. No, we're not going to argue rubbish.
Don't tell me rubbish. No,
We are
hold on.
not
Yeah,
going to argue, bro.
This is why I said we have to try to talk to each other, not tell people off.
Yes, but that's what you're doing.
You're not trying to hear me out. You're not. You are just
No. What you should have done is heard me out.
I've heard you.
I'm trying to make sense. I'm trying to make sense.
I just want to take one point and keep quiet again. Okay? I'll keep quiet again. I was just saying that this is exactly why I said the point I was making earlier on was very important. You can't have people going around using force and killing innocent people. We have to discourage people that do that.
You said it. You said it now. Now I'll come from where I'm coming from. I'm saying to you, the first time I ever came across an understanding about this thing that they call terrorism, that the thing that would lead a man to kill himself. This is beyond me. It's beyond me as a young person looking at it. But then I broke it down for myself. How do you fight a superpower? How? How do you fight somebody with 10 nuclear bombs? You tell me. Iran is telling you, I ain't scared of you with your idiotic nuclear bombs. I'm not afraid. If we're going to die, let's all die. You think that you won't be included in death? Or is death beyond you? It's when death is beyond you that I will be afraid, is what I'm trying to put to you. Death is beyond no one. Don't care what you have. Don't care what you have in your back pocket. I'm not going to be afraid of you. Why should I be afraid of you? Who are you? That's what it actually underlines. That's what it underlines. And unless you have that kind of mindset, you're living in fear. I tell you something about the Nigerian. The Nigerian lives in fear. I don't care if you're from north, east, west, or south. Basically, you live in fear. Your culture is one built upon fear and oppression. So that you live in fear. Generally, you live in fear. I'm not kidding. When are you living in fear? When you live in fear, how are you going to build a nation? A fear of fearless people.
I agree
How?
with that. We are in agreement on that.
Nobody wants to come to the bottom line of things because they're afraid to even say it out of their mouth. Saying the truth is the most difficult thing in this world. And if you look at the comment section, you can see cowards, people that can't tell themselves the truth. They can't because they want to intellectualize everything. Everything's to be intellectual. Oh, I went to Harvard. Fucking rubbish. I don't respect you. You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
But,
Where I
but,
come from.
Jago, in this world that we live in now, don't you think that it makes sense for, if you want to fight, if you want to resist, you resist by targeting the forces that are against you, not necessarily the innocents. Like the IRA in the UK that you know about, the IRA didn't target civilians; they targeted the elite. They almost took out Margaret Thatcher. So you go to war. You go to war with the military. You go to war with the establishment that are coming after you. Don't target innocent civilians. That is
I'm not
all.
saying, you see, again, I'm not saying that I agree with any of these things. But when you find yourself in a position of oppression, you have to know what it is that you're actually doing. Whether you're going to do it like the IRA, or you're going to do it like the ANC, or you're going to do it like the PLO. I don't care which one you're going to do it like, but you have to be doing it. I really don't. It all that is down to the integrity, the mindset of those who are putting it forward. That's what it comes down to. If Mandela didn't waste his time, 27 years in prison for his black people who are now telling him that he wasted his time in that prison, they should have left us under apartheid, where at least we won't have to deal with foreign Nigerians, foreign Zimbabweans, and all these other black bastards that are coming into our country. We won't have to deal with them. We would only have Oyumbos to deal with. That's the sense that they're telling us. That's what they're telling us today. South African black people. They're telling us that we black people in the rest of Africa, you people should leave us alone. Get out. We don't care about the help that you gave us. In fact, we don't care about 27 years Mandela spent in prison. That's the breakdown. That is the breakdown. That's where we are.
What do you make of this? Let me just play this video for you to see. Let me see. Where is that again? It's something precise. I think this was about. I'm trying to find a video about this thing. Let me see. I think it's this one. Yeah. Let me remove this other video.
Keen security interest of us. If Nigeria does well, Ghana does well. I mean, when you have cousins, 250 million of them, you want them to do well so that 1 million of them don't come drifting towards a small country like Ghana. So every day I wake up, I pray for Nigeria. I say, God, let Nigeria get their act together. And so I remember when a lot of the people in Ghana migrated from Nigeria. They find their roots from the Yoruba kingdoms and all that. And so the Ghana people and all, migrated from Nigeria. And so,
you see, so what do you make of that? Because they are laughing. It's almost as if, I feel like to an extent he's basically telling the truth that any country next to Nigeria has to be, they have to be praying and pissing in their pants whenever they see that Nigeria, something wants to go wrong. So there's an element of truth there, but the laughter that you see in the background, and if you take that into account, the context that Ghanaians blocked Nigerian traders from bringing onions into their country to sell, and they did something similar to the Burkinabes in the north, and they seem to be quite xenophobic against fellow African countries. And in that context, it almost appears as if he's mocking Nigeria in that statement. So what do you make of it? It's like, why do you think that fellow African countries, instead of them to be looking for a way to cooperate, they are busy mocking each other and taking snipe shots at each other. Not even each other. Nigeria doesn't do that. They are the ones doing it to us. I don't know. What do
Well,
you
I
make
will
of
say this to you. I will say this, especially in the aspect that the president of Ghana puts it. Ghana and Ghanaians have always known that they need Nigeria desperately to be a functional nation. They need it for their own economy. Most of West Africa need Nigeria for their own economy. That's why you see such vitriol coming from those other West African states towards Nigeria. I don't like it, but somehow this is the reality, and somehow we deserve it because we haven't got our own house in order. If we had our own house in order, we will benefit greatly the whole of West Africa. We'll also benefit greatly ourselves. But again, because we think in a very archaic way, if you just read the idiotic, stupid comments on the comment section, you'll see that we're not thinking people. We are stupid people who are afraid. None of
let's
those
leave
idiots.
illiteracy
No, I'm not
becoming.
leaving them. They're part
Let's
of
leave
it.
them alone.
Wait, just leave me alone. Don't just leave me alone, Joe.
all
Let
finished
me use my
primary
words. Let me use my words for what I mean to say. Don't put words in my mouth. I don't like when you do that. If those people want to come on board and take me on in a discussion about what is real, let them do so. If not, I'll just use my mouth on them anyhow. They stink, and their parents stink in the same way. Full stop. I've got nothing else to say, because if they were critiquing me
Jago,
based on
don't do
if
that
they
now.
were
Jago, don't do
critiquing
that. Let's
me
not do that.
based on what I'm actually saying,
But
then
Jago, you can't
I'll be
parents
able to respect what they're saying.
It's not proper now. You can't make
Bruv,
people
if they critiqued
not
me
proper. It's not
upon
decent.
what I'm,
It's not
it,
decent.
it,
Come on. Does anybody need to tell you
who
that?
wants to be decent? What's decent in this planet? Who
See,
told
hold
you?
on,
Did I
hold
say?
on.
Did I
See,
bring? Did I bring my?
I
Did
made a
I bring my
preamble statement.
credentials of decency for you? I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
didn't
should
tell you.
actually, because when I started the show, I said we are not going to come here to kind of, be mean to people and stuff like that.
If I make half the comments that are made on this platform, that policewoman, she'll block me and start doing all kinds of stupid things. Look what's been said. You're talking about decency. If
What
I'm
is
to be
this? You are
decent,
coming
if
to
I'm to be
your
decent,
parents.
everyone else should be decent. I'm not going to be more decent than idiots who are around me because they are idiotic. Then
Call
I
them
will start
idiots.
praying.
I've called them illiterates already, but you can't
Anyway,
start saying that.
I'm not talking about them as though they're that important. They're as stupid as any other Nigerian who are demeaned as being stupid, because that's what my feeling when I know, bruh. I was in England when I saw the amount of Nigerians coming into this country.
Oh, that lady.
First it was a drip, then the drip became a flow, and then it just went wagga. Everybody was here, bro. I saw it happen. And that is me looking at the destruction of a country called Nigeria. Because the best of the best were coming out of the country. They were leaving. And this is just England. I didn't speak about America. I didn't speak about the rest of Europe. When I went to Japan several times, do you know how many Nigerians I saw there who had run away from the country? In fact, I've got a film script written called Escape Nigeria. It's fully written. I write scripts from time to time. I just put them down. We're not telling the truth about ourselves. What we do, we start a discussion in the middle, and we are not going to get anything from it. Which
You've
is
said this
why
multiple times. What is this discussion in the middle thing that you keep saying?
I think we again,
can't
because
always
we
start from
don't.
the beginning of everything. And where's the
No,
beginning?
when I say the beginning, I don't mean for us to go back to the 60s. I mean for us to stop and understand is that the thing called Nigeria it's actually failed. It's only we who are continuing the rhetoric of it. It's actually already failed. It's kind
By
of
what
past
metric?
tense. By the metric of the cohesion or the lack of cohesion within the country. There is no. The only thing in that country is that we go from pillar to post, from the military rule we said that no, we don't want this oppression. So we went to civilian rule, and the civilian rule since the beginning of it in 1999 has been the same old thing.
So would you say the US has failed?
The US,
Yes.
in what dementia, in what respect?
Because the division in the US is just almost as stark.
No, I would say to you, forefather, if you are looking at the world properly and you've looked at the world's history in certain ways, America
system of government.
America can come to wait. America can come.
Announcing that they want to scare
Who
him.
is that? Who is that?
Even announcing that shows that he's scared.
That was if you didn't know you were here. Sorry.
There's no problem with me. Sorry, I thought somebody was. I thought it was somebody else.
It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, if you, my darling, no problem at all. What I was trying to say is that if we're looking at the world the way it is and what's happened historically, America is defunct. With President Trump leading America, the way he has torn up every kind of international law and how we proceed internationally. I mean, the war he's doing now is completely illegal. Having said that, the war that Blair and Bush did was again completely illegal. So when we keep going down these roads of illegality, do you think that nation is going to last? It's not going to last. Xi Jinping is the only grown up in the room.
Yeah, but the nation will last based on the fact that almost all superpowers that existed from 2000 years ago are still standing today. We can say
the standing doesn't mean that they're still. Britain is no longer really a superpower. They've got.
It doesn't have to be a superpower. They are doing just fine. That's my point.
No, they're not doing just fine, forefather. They're not doing. That's what we see. Oh God!
Come on, they are living. My point is that they are living relatively well compared. Like if you look at the world populations, they live at the top 5 percentile or 10 percentile at the least. So
this is what what's the president, the beginning president of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew said about Ghana and Nigeria. He said, "I can't believe Ghana and Nigeria have not succeeded." And this is 1965. So Nigeria was already 5 years old, and he saw all the cracks. He said, "How has Nigeria failed? They have much more than we do. They have more land. They have a greater manpower. They have brains like ours. But why have they failed?" He said, "If I don't find out why they failed, I cannot run this country." So he went to find out how Nigeria failed. This is 1965. Me and you wouldn't even look at Nigeria as a failure at that point. But he did. He was seeing all the cracks. He saw all the cracks. He turned the whole thing around. No, it wasn't just corruption, even though corruption was a major thing. You see, if you're a poor man and you haven't grown up with certain level of ethic, as soon as you come into any level of wealth or to build wealth, you will be a thief. Without ethics, you're not going to succeed. So I don't know why you believe America and all these countries that are corrupt to hell aren't going to go the same way. The way President Bush and Tinubu, they're the same kind of character and personality. The same. Maybe Tinubu is more educated than Bush, but they're the same character. The same. These are the people that we elect. We elected them to run for us. I can talk about the thievery of the corruption of the political system and such. However, he's the one running things, so we are satisfied that he is our leader. We are satisfied, and within that satisfaction, every one of us knows that it's the wrong person running that country. Everyone knows. So the reason why I say we should not start from the middle is that we are actually at the end of Nigeria. And if we want to make that nation anything, and we want to come together as a people, Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and everybody else in between. One, we have to agree, and two, we have to tell ourselves the truth. We have to. You know, when we look at, I'll say this lastly. When we look at Nigeria and we think to ourselves that this country is actually the richest of all countries in Africa, then it's almost as though we build ourselves a very low barrier to all. It's a low barrier. It's not anything to be looking up at. I'll end it there for the meanwhile.
Yeah, I think your comment about Lin Kuan Yew is quite interesting, and I think it's quite worthy of reflection on, because that was in this 1966 when he came to Nigeria, and in the year of, quite a significant polarization within the country. It will be interesting. Let me even get the month, because I think it was in January the coup occurred, if I'm not mistaken. So the month, I think he came in the January too. He came in during the period when the coup occurred, and a lot of people have been so you can see why he believed that. And he actually said something about the nation because of the deep-seated tribalism that existed. What he saw at that time was very bad. So I wouldn't be surprised anybody would be negative when the nation is about to go into a civil war, because the events that lead to a civil war tend to be extremely, extremely polarizing. And that's what leads to a civil war. And in a way, America is also close to that. This is why, more than 50% of Republicans believe that they should break up the country. This is in the superpower of the world. So that's why I said, do you think America is failed based on that? And most people will tell you that, come on, are you joking? How can America have failed? America has not failed because they are the superpowers of the world. And I don't think just because a country is divided at one point means the country is going to be divided forever. America was divided once. They went to a civil war and they came out of it. The UK had their War of the Roses, had all kinds of crazy wars.
No, again, I think you're just quoting things that aren't stable. If you're talking about America today, and Trump being the head of it, you are talking about a state that has more or less failed. You're talking about a state that really hasn't got a necessary way forward. The way forward for them is to see which nations that they can completely oppress, steal their wealth, in order to compete with China and Russia, in order to compete with the Eastern nations. That's what their policy basically.
You see, what I don't like about the way you categorize the US is because you are not taking into account the history of superpowers.
Do you know the level of their debt? Do you know if their debt is called in, the nation is over? What are you talking about? I don't think you're up to date. You're the person who's not up to date.
You see, I'm not saying you're
not up to date. No, I don't want to get angry. I'm just trying to let you know that all you're doing, you're speaking historically, because you have it to speak about, which is good. It's good that you have some understanding of history. But when we bring that history up to today, do you know that the dollar is actually worth nothing? We're spending it, but we're spending like monopoly money. It's not worth anything.
It may lead to their decline. It will lead to the failure of the nation. You see what I mean? That is
what is decline if not failure? What is it?
Decline is not failure. About? Decline is like the British Empire receding into their United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is still one of the top nations in the world today. That's why I said all the superpowers that existed 2,000 years ago are generally better off than Nigeria today.
This is what, if you don't know, this is what the UK did in order to get to their height that they were. They did it in 150 years. And what they did was to decimate India, colonize a good portion of the world, a third or so of the world, and steal all of their wealth. With all the covering that they're putting it, and all the fanfare, the music,
why do you use the word steal?
Because that's what it was. That's what it was.
No,
Are you
theft?
Oh dear. You see, this is where
It's not
I know.
theft. It is
This is
conquest.
where I know that there's such a depth of disagreement between the way you and I think,
It's
which
just
is
a land of.
fair. It's not a problem. No, wait. No,
I'm
wait.
just trying to like for us to maybe you convince me to think your way, but I'm thinking maybe you should think the other way. Because when you say it is theft, it puts us in a weaker state, like they just came and stole your stuff. It's war. They defeated you, they took your stuff.
Bruh, okay. Normally when there's war, what happens is that there's a pronouncement of war. Okay. Let me take your argument because I could agree that it's war. You understand? And it is war. Having said that, if you're going to talk that a nation called the UK went around the world, they entered into each nation as companies, not even as a nation, as companies. And what they found there was for queen and country. And the queen and country level was what legitimized them in another man's land. That's what legitimized these criminals in another man's land. So once they became legitimized,
criminals.
Oh God.
They're not criminals.
Well, what are pirates if they're not criminals? What are pirates?
They are a
Do
nation.
you really think? Do you really think that the English were the first to enter India, Indonesia, and China? Were they the first to enter those areas?
They are the first to be wise enough.
They weren't the first.
Take advantage of these people.
Take advantage. You see, this is why we pretend. We shouldn't pretend. Wait.
You're acting as if there's a UN out there that says, "Hey, you're not allowed to do that." There's
you see,
no
the thing
rule.
Your forefather, I tell you this: there is and was always a UN out there, and the Chinese, who were possibly the most powerful back in antiquity for the longest time, they were able to conduct themselves in such a way that they did not encroach and steal from other people. They didn't do it. What they did was through their prowess, their confidence, and their mind, their thinking, and that's what gave them. They were the richest people in the world in antiquity for a good 400 or 500 years. They were the ones. By the time but wait, if you understand the Indian history in itself, by the time the British found India and understood what India was, they were the richest nation on the planet. Do you know how much England took from India alone? Have you got any idea?
They were the richest nation. It's not. Then why didn't they build their defenses up?
Because that's not how it operated. It didn't operate like that in the East. It did not. You see, you're using your British colonized thinking to believe that's how everyone thought. Everyone in the world didn't think like that.
Jagun, you are forcing yourself into a weaker position by arguing.
Okay, I'm just telling the truth. I'm not speaking as though I'm fighting.
Saying what you're saying is not true. The language you are using to describe yourself, you are calling them criminals, you are calling them thieves. These are men that put themselves forward, took themselves away from their homes to fight you in your own home. You are men, you fought, you lost, and they took what you've got. There is no agreement about these things. And you too, if you look at those nations within their own nation, they oppress other people too. Don't tell me about the caste system in India.
No, I'm not going to speak like that. I'm not going to speak like that. I don't speak like that. What I'm going to tell you is that in the 1200s, when the Portuguese first arrived in West Africa, let's just call West Africa, you know that they didn't use force of arms to do anything. Now, between then and 1492, there were massive changes in the world. And part of those changes was the way war is fought. Within another 20 odd years, the Gatling gun was produced. The Gatling gun was like a nuclear weapon back in the day. Are you going to fight against a Gatling gun that would tear down 1,000 people and you'll do woo with spear?
Why are you telling me? You are the one calling them criminals and criminals and the
No. When you have that, I'm trying to.
They invented the Gatling gun. They were the geniuses that invented it. You didn't. You couldn't
I'm
even
trying to
build
give you.
we didn't even build ships.
They invented the Gatling gun, my friend, because they were studiers of war. In Europe, they studied war like no other area in the world. And there were areas that studied war, but they did it, as you said, in a genius fashion. I'll use your term if you wish. Now, in them doing that, it was quite different from the way other nations saw themselves and nationhood. They didn't see themselves nationhood like that. The manipulation of the British in using the Irish, in using the Scottish, in using the Welsh, in you breaking down classes, all of that is a construct. And it's a construct for weaponry. It's a construct to initiate takeover. And they were able
hold on, Jago, hold on. I think you made a comment just now that I don't know what you mean by it. The use of the Irish, the use of the Scottish. What do you mean by that? I'm trying to understand. I feel like you're making a point there.
Because before they enslaved anyone, they enslaved themselves. And they did it through class, and they did it through ethnicity.
I see what you mean. Okay, exactly. That's my point. This is a eat or be eaten world at the time.
No, it's not.
So to be saying that they are stealing stuff.
Okay, I mean, you can. You see, me, yeah, you and me are different. When you speak, I often get that you don't speak with a spiritual mindset. You speak very physically. No, wait.
Your name is literally
We're discussing now. You can't be shocked at everything I say. You don't speak, you speak materially. You don't speak spiritually. In the rest of the world, if you really have a look at the rest of the world, their functioning, the way they behave, is largely spiritual. It actually begins on that basis before it goes to any level of material understanding or thinking.
I think I speak spiritually. The only difference is that I actually believe
it's the spirit of the devil. The way that you did the devil's advocate.
I actually believe that material is spiritual too. You see, the problem with most people, they think the material is. I don't even know what they think material is.
Let me give you an understanding of Chinese spirituality and what it is for a Chinese individual to enter into a state of meditation. When they enter into the state of meditation, they normally look at the earth, things of the water, land, and sea, and they study it. They meditate upon it. Do you know how China was bone China? Do you know how it's created? Do you know the levels it goes through before you get bone China? Do you know the difference between bone China and the porcelain that they created in Europe? When they got to China and they saw the Chinese porcelain, they wanted to throw their one away. The processing that it went through and the mindset that it took to take a certain stone, break it down, and then break it down again. If you watch it, it is so boring. You think, bloody hell, when are you going to come with the end product? By the time that you come with the end product and what they have done, bruh, you would have to marvel at these people. It didn't start just in an individual's mind. It galvanized so many things of the earth, sea and air before they created their China. So in comparison to the porcelain that they were doing in Europe, when they thought that they had it, we are the best. China just told them that not.
Hold on though. Hold on. I think the discussion we're having was about I was saying that the way you are describing them, you are basically using the kind of language you were criticizing me for when I said people should not be blowing innocent people up. You were like, oh, I don't care about all those rules and all that. But now at the same time, you are saying they are stealing stuff and they are criminals when it comes to our people Europeans have taken advantage of. When militaries are fighting each other and nations are fighting each other, There is what is happening there is a clash of cultures. When those cultures are clashing, one comes supreme. And that one that comes supreme, they take the spoils. To call it theft in the sense of theft, it means there are laws that they've broken. They've not broken the law of war. If you lose a war, there are consequences. I don't see that as theft. I like now if they steal stuff from us, I'll say yes, that they were the spoils of war. We lost. We need to learn how not to lose. We need to learn how not to be losers. That is the point. In this life, you can't just complain when other people get one over you. You should want to get one back. Or
You
it
might
from
think
happening
that's the
again.
way you may think that that's the way I'm thinking, but it's not. You see, I can come to your mindset and understand that to blame the white man and to use these terms is a waste of time. I'm like you in that understanding. Don't get me wrong. I've done all that when I was 15, 16, 17. I'm no longer that age. I'm a much older individual. And in such, I see that the world is still upside down. The world is still not in the position where we have peace, where we have anything close to what the Western world has been telling us. The Western world in itself is breaking down, and they don't have what they've been telling themselves. The most ignorant people in in this world are actually white people. They're ignorant because the pain that we as a black nation, black world people have been through, we've been through the pain. We've seen it. We've felt it. Oyinbos are still to go through so much of from what we've gone through because they don't even know what we're talking about. They don't know why we complain so much. I mean, aren't you happy? You haven't got a house and family and all. They will speak to us like that. Then we'll have to say, no, that's
What
not
is,
the reason.
I want to challenge that again. I don't think
You,
that's not necessarily accurate.
you should let me land though, because you should allow me.
You are
You
giving me
do it.
too many, you are giving me too many goals to kick the ball
No,
in.
what it is that what is missing from what I say, because I don't say everything. What is missing from what I say is jerking you off. Don't allow, at least come to the end and then go back and at least let me
Okay.
land. But ask your question, please.
Yeah, because if you look at the Second World War, I think 50 something million perished, and most of them Europeans. 50 something million Europeans. They
Mhm.
subjected themselves to a lot of hardship, bloodshed, and some of the documentaries, if you watch it, they are harrowing. They are some of the most horrible images you can see. Thousands, mass
Now them
grave.
produce Gatling gun now. You think they don't want it? Now them produce that. No, you were both. You said it was genius before. Now you're saying what?
No, no. My point is the
You're a
genius of the
joker.
machine. No, no, hold on. I'm not. When I said they were genius, they had the genius to manufacture it. It has to take brilliance to be able to do something like that at the time.
All
So
devilishness.
it doesn't mean the result is not bad, because anything you invent, you can invent it for evil or you can invent it to save the world. No matter what we like to describe about them, whatever they've done, we have 8 billion people in the world today, largest population ever of apes in this world, if you want to put it that way. So
I
my
won't
point
put it
is
that
that
way.
they have suffered too. They went through hell. Sometimes they come to West Africa and almost all of them die. Like
This
only
is
I think I
where
remember one of them, they came to West Africa, only one of them made it back. They took the risk. Not all their missions succeeded.
I'm
Many
here.
of them, you know that, don't you? You know that many of their missions failed. So they suffered, they bled, fought, and suffered for whatever they believed in, and but they were rewarded for it. So we can't begrudge people and say, oh, they didn't suffer like we did.
Let me begin
They
by
suffered
saying this.
too.
You know, within your education, which is quite selective, when I hear you, I can hear that you are springing from pillar to post, and there are things that I've been educated upon and I've understood growing up. You know, there was in America between there was a time when a Irish serf and an African slave were the same, and it took them to construct what it is to be white and then offer it to those Irish serfs and the rest of the Oyinbo people who were on that level so that they can see the difference of humanity between who is white and who is black. That took place. It actually took place. And that is the beginning of the ignorance of the white people worldwide. let me say that, you swallow it, go and study it so I can carry on. Because you're making our discussion like a child's discussion. I'm not a kid. I'm a big rascal man. And I'm speaking to you like another big rascal man that should understand that things have happened in our history that make things the way they are today. It didn't just happen like this. You didn't just wake up this morning and you found the world the way it is. So I can't conduct an educational course just for you, sir. I need you to appreciate things have happened. That's why I speak in the way I speak, which is to give you those gaps to fill in yourself. If you haven't read,
I think I understand where you're coming from to an extent.
Please, because what I want to do is to have a discussion based on entering into brand new areas, things that me and you have never actually spoken about, because that's where you get things anew. And in this world, if you don't know that we need things anew, then who am I speaking to? I need to be speaking to someone like me.
Let's move to something that is not part of the main topic. We've discussed Iran.
I beg your pardon, or Ifio. I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to come about again. I just didn't like where our conversations were. I felt that they were going round and round, and we're not understanding as Black people what we should be understanding. And I feel strongly that a country like Nigeria, I believe it's finished. I believe there's no point in going to the polls 2027. I believe whoever carries himself to go and vote is a damned idiot. I believe that person who takes himself to go and vote, if he or she is expecting any different from what has happened, then Nigeria truly has no hope. Truly, we've got nothing to teach our children. That's what I believe.
I think the kind of statement you are making is the kind of statement that sometimes I feel like even the natural forces of life punishes, for want of a better word, because it's evident. It's almost, I don't know how to put it without coming across as being condescending in a way. I'm trying to. It's almost like you are saying things in a way that doesn't necessarily reflect the realities objectively compared to like what nations are supposed to be like. To call Nigeria a failed state is it's like you are taking things way too far.
Really?
You're taking it way too far. Yes, yeah, you're taking it way too far, outside the realms of what is not logical. Nigeria has got big problems, but to say it's a failed state, a state that doesn't lose the number of American dead from gun violence every year, and a state that has a government, for a better word, that has a police force. In short, a state where the cities are relatively safe, actually.
It's not about that. Again, that's because of culture. I tell you what's a death trap in Nigeria. A death trap in Nigeria is the hospital. A death trap in Nigeria are the roads. A death trap in Nigeria are the places that are supposed to have you somewhat secure, but they don't. They return the absolute opposite to your doorstep. That's what Nigeria is. Now, I don't know.
Let me ask you a straight question. Would you say Nigeria 30 years ago, healthcare outcomes
easily?
Hold on, healthcare outcomes 30 years ago is better than the healthcare outcomes
easily.
Then how do you explain the lower?
This is what I can tell you.
Hold on. How do you explain the lower infant mortality rate? How do you explain the higher life expectancy?
Improvement of drugs.
Life expectancy.
Yeah, improvement of drugs.
Improvement of drugs means the healthcare system has improved.
No, not necessarily. You see, when I was young and I went to the hospital or clinic in Nigeria, I just remember the staff and the way they used to treat me. They used to treat me better than the staff in the UK, and the staff in the UK were extremely good. I'm not trying to belittle them, but just the treatment alone. Then apart from just the normal care that you would give somebody who's who's ailing, they would now tell me. At least I was a child. They'll now tell me what it is that they're doing and what the outcome should be, and give me giving me, a child, a sense of security within their realms. Bruh, go to the hospital today. The way you'll be handled, now ragtag, they go to handle you. Ragtag. You'll be in one room where it's just looking like now mortuary, this be. People are just coming here to die. Eh? Then they'll come and just take your name and anyhow, bruh, you won't feel at ease if you're going to an ordinary hospital in Nigeria. You won't. You must think I'm speaking because I want to speak badly or ill of Nigeria. That's the last thing on my mind.
I think so. Hold on. I think we have to be careful before we invite the demons in. Let's put it that way.
But the demons are in and jumping up and down. The demons are having Saturday night raves.
I think that one. It looks like I walked into that one. But point is, we have to be careful when we try to paint Armageddon in Nigeria as if the entire. I was in Nigeria. Hey, I hold this government accountable for 1,001 things. But to say empirically things have not improved in Nigeria from 1980 to date, that is not accurate. The reason why we are upset.
I'm going to have to tell you again. I will hold on. I'll just say this little thing.
I'm just going to finish the point I'm making. I said the reason why we have a legitimate criticism of the state is because relative to others, we have not moved forward a lot. Other people are living like in Japan now. 80-something years is like nothing. It's like it's a teenager. In
you can't
Japan.
compare Nigeria to Japan.
So that's what I'm talking about, relative to others. But in the 60s, 70s, you could. So they've left us behind. This is why the criticism is valid. It doesn't mean Nigeria has not improved. It has.
But you just answered your own question, really.
No, but that's not a failed state.
What it is. What it is. I tell you what it is. There are two things. One, you want me to be politically correct so that my point is not clear. I like to be clear. Secondly, you see, if you really want to understand what Nigeria is, then you have to enter into the spirit world. You have to enter into the world that people do things not out of malice or this or that. They do things out of their culture, and they have been inculcated into their culture through their tribe or ethnic group. And this is the thing that keeps Nigeria relatively safe. You know, me, I can leave my house in the village at 2 o'clock in the morning and begin walking to the next village through the bush. I know what's coming towards me. I know exactly what's coming towards me. Unless they're now the new breed Fulani herdsman or whatever. If that is not there, I can get from my village to the next village, which is a good 2 miles away, without any issue. Why? Because largely, I would know whoever's coming towards me. Largely, I would know them, or I'd know of them.
Okay, when you see them, you recognize, you will know them.
I would speak to them, and in speaking to them, I would know who they are.
Okay.
There's an ethic that we have as a people that gives us that covering of conduct. When you take that thing away, now mayhem you have is mayhem. And the more and more things from foreign enter our nation, the more and more this covering is taken away. And we enter into a realm that is not of ours. It's not ours. It's foreign.
So let's go into one other area that I think you might be you might want to touch on. I think you might be a good you might be quite good at this. In terms, I talked about a report, I think on Channels News or Arise TV. They were talking about this Nigerian that made it to the top 2 scientists in the world, 2% of scientists in the world. And I was like, so are you trying to tell me that Nigerians haven't made it to the top 2% of scientists in the world? Are we supposed to be proud of that? Is that something we should be proud of? because hearing the figure, I wasn't impressed. But because Nigerians don't necessarily understand the context of the statement, they were already impressed by that. So I did my research. I said, okay, how many scientists are present in the world? It turned out that they had about 8 million scientists at least in the world. And I decided to derive 2% of those 8 million. It turns out that they are around 230,000. And I said, so one Nigerian made it to a group of 230,000.
From 8 million.
Means that Nigerian among that 230,000 is 0.0000002% of the population. I don't even know how many zeros you have to put.
Yeah.
So amongst the top 2% of scientists in the world. So that means that at the top of this scientific food chain in the world, Nigeria makes up 10% of the 3% of the population of the world right now. We make up 3% of the population of the world, and yet among the top scientists, we make up 0.0000001 out of 230,000. That is crazy, and our people that are reporting that news, they thought it was a great thing. They didn't. That should shock them that we are that far behind.
Well,
that is not a good thing.
It's not. It doesn't. It's not shocking when you understand that there has been targeted awareness of the prowess of what they call a Nigerian. Targeted. They know that we can do it. They gave it to us to do. Not to say that the British or the West gave us our enmity, but they educated us in the ways of the world. Now, imagine they educated this is not even talking about what this guy wrote in 1976. What's his name? The not Chancellor of the Exchequer. What do they call the American Chancellor?
Kissinger.
It was Kissinger, but I forgot his title. Anyway, what he wrote about us. They educate. Imagine the British came to Nigeria, educated the South. They knew that they would have too much of a challenge in educating the North in the same way. So the relationship that they had with the North was quite different than the relationship they had with the South. And then they left the North in power. Does that make sense to you? Or does that make sense that they trusted the education that they gave us? Or was that a manipulation in having Nigeria somewhat handicapped in moving forward in this global game that you like so much?
I don't know what I like the global game.
You like it, though.
It's not favoring us. No, actually, I'm a very lazy-minded person from some point of view. Actually, I care about this because it matters. That's all. I'm not that welded to any of these things. So in terms of the way they put us together to kind of debilitate us, you can argue that as a point, but they were not looking at it from that debilitative.
How do you know? As you rightly said, that the kind of thing that says that the Nigerian scientists feature 2% of the global, of which is 8 million,
and it was a northerner, by the way.
It doesn't matter who it was. Doesn't matter. It's Nigeria. And I can speak to you about serious northerners who are in the whole world. When I say Nigerian, I mean Nigerian. You understand? Because all of us can break down our own individuality.
They handed power to the northerners, that's why.
No, they did. They did. They knew the confusion that it would cause. In the South, most of us changed our minds from the religion or spiritual auspices that we came from. And we entertained Christianity. So after entertaining Christianity, these people now left the power with so-called Muslim. That needs thinking about, given who they are. It needs thinking about. It doesn't mean that Christianity is better than Islam or vice versa. It just needs thinking about.
imagine that the Palestinians, who are both Christian and Muslim, they are being seconded by Christian nations all around the world, and they are giving power to the Jews. You have to think about what that is. You have to think about it, because it's not free. That kind of information isn't free.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what they've done. So you have to understand that manipulation is going on. Politics is going on. It's going on. And, as I said,
But I see, hold on. Say, you are saying that they manipulated us, the way they create. But it's true that it makes, because they take a lot of things into account before they do certain things. They don't just use one. One of them is the fact that the North and the South dynamics will favor them weaken control. This is a very, very interesting thing, because when both sides are competing for power, it's easy for an external force to manipulate them, because they are busy jostling for dominance among themselves. So that too can play a role, but it's also for administrative reasons. They wanted to be able to just administer the territory as under one nation. That way, it's.
Where's he gone? Well, Father, I'll start smoking tafu hell. Ify, how are you, darling? Sorry, make you entertain us, or make you come in anytime you wish.
How are you? Good evening.
I day now. I hope that you are still going to be a part of what we're trying to do.
Yeah, the only thing is that I got another job that is.
I can appreciate that. I know it's, but just add yourself anyway. Just add yourself.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter whether you're there or not.
Is president, like, you were not here when I told them that I went to buy tomatoes that I bought $15 a box last month, and
really?
It's now $55 a box, and the other one $60. Can you just imagine? 15, 55. That's about 300. So, let me tell you something, my brother. I was like, I couldn't even buy it. I did not buy. That's how serious this is. I didn't buy that.
It's the same here.
The cost of petrol was a bit higher than usual in the UK.
If you remember what £10 could buy you, common £10, what it could buy you last year, and what it buys you today, £10 or. When I look at my
all these wars, like the Ukraine war has already raised price of something. Now Iran war, they just keep ramping it up and making people's lives more difficult every time.
But again, what it is for Father, I must let you know that down to what we spend, it's being manipulated. It's being manipulated, not just by these wars, but by the fact that the economies of the West are beginning to tell tales. And they want to disguise it as much as they possibly can so that they move into the so-called New World Order without a blimp. However, for all their construction, I don't believe it's going to happen like that.
Wow, you mentioned something that I've been trying to highlight. This New World Order thing, there's this conspiracy that somebody said that, it's a conspiracy. I think this guy, they said he's been talking about it since the
I'm
80s.
laughing because you didn't let me get to the end of my sentence.
Oh, okay.
So
I know you how you like to finish your sentence. Don't worry, you get your chance. I just thought I should let you know this about this this thing conspiracy that has been going on. Please go ahead. But the video, once the video,
no, you go ahead. You go ahead. It's okay.
Okay, good. How the years might be an offer to Trump. This guy has been talking about it. I downloaded it, but I'm just trying to find the name now. The mechanic ceasefire. No, Iran. No, Trump. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. First phase of personal talk. This video, I don't know why it's so hard to find. Actually, I've been trying to find it. I can't seem to see it here. It should be on the list. I think I will find it and get it for you to watch, because the theory of that this in conspiracy is that it's almost like what we are seeing today. This is something that the person talked about in the 90s or 80s, and he was describing the chain of events that is going to lead to the one world government. And it's quite similar to what is going on now, and that's why it became quite relevant. And I thought I downloaded it. For the life of me, because I've got a lot of videos here, it's harder to find. I don't know. Abiy Martin went to Israel. Worst thing ever offer. Tucker Carlson. Mendoza Carlson, that guy has been bad mouthing there. Let me just play this video of. Oh, I think I've lost that video actually. Wow. Okay, let me get the other ones then. This one. Let's play this one so that we see some of the things. The first time African president react to defense to run in advance. Mr. Simpson. All right, let's see this one. I think I've played this one before. What is it? Oh, that's this here. I better not insult him publicly.
I'm ready.
I better not insult his person publicly before they start saying I'm picking on an old man. And I did that one now on my plate.
To all of you.
This one.
An opportunity of life.
This conversation is never going to be balanced. So I will say what I have to do. I will say what I have to say.
I didn't ask you a question. I said, would it be fair for an average human who has lost loved ones because in the hands of these people, and when they kill them, did they tell them, say, Allahu Akbar, would they kill you because you're gonna leave this land for us? Just like Uto has said. He said that he specifically said that they are there because the people refuse to give their land to them. So if people have lost their loved ones in the hands of people who kill them for that reason, would it be fair for you to call them emotional? That's actually what's why I interrupted you.
It will be fair for them to want to know who is responsible for it, for what happened to their loved ones. So again, it comes down to the question: do you want the emotionally satisfying answer, or do you want the actual answer? Because often the two are not the same. So because you heard some illiterate wearing rubber slippers telling you Allah Akbar, I'm here to kill you to take your land, and maybe that's what you want to believe, versus what may actually be going on. Again, you then have a choice to make. Do you want to find out what is actually going on, and who
does Israel play in this?
Was that another one?
Created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy, a war that will be so terrible, where nuclear weapons will be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity and government.
Right.
Now I'm telling you, unless the American people wake up and stop it, starting in about 1996, the Battle of Armageddon will become a reality.
He laid out the blueprint for everything we're seeing today. He knew why it had to happen, he knew who was behind the curtain, and he knew what we should expect next.
Read the book of Revelations, whether you believe in the book or not, read it, because the men who are bringing this about are using it as their script.
This interview was recorded in 1992, and as you listen, you'll understand why his blueprint still matters today. Because he said it would all unfold exactly like this, down to the smallest detail of the script.
And I get people who still come to me all the time and say, Bill, you're all wrong, it's the Jews. The Jews are subverting the world. Man, it's not the Jews, it's not the Catholics, it's not the blacks. It's these men who belong to the ancient mystery schools, who meet in secret and decide the fate of the world. And they belong to all different races and all different nationalities and all different religions to the public point of view. But in secret, it's a different story.
He claimed the fate of billions rests in the hands of a small group of people. And their strategy, he said, is simple. Keep us watching the circus so we never look behind the curtain.
At the highest levels of all countries, they all belong to the same club. And we, the people, sit back and we watch this grand drama which is being played out for our benefit, not theirs. If it wasn't for us, they wouldn't even have to do any of this. But you see, they just can't come out and destroy all of us because they need slaves. They need people to make their shoes and make their cars and mine the ore. They need worker bees, and that's what we are.
His name is Bill Cooper, and what you're about to hear is his warning to the world. He believed that if you don't spare the time to hear this message to the end, if you don't make the effort to understand it and finally wake up, then you're participating in the great deception just as much as they are. His words, not mine.
George Orwell was just like me. He was a low-level member of British intelligence who was appointed to a position high enough where he saw the same documents that I saw. And he tried to warn the world just like I'm trying to warn the world, only he wasn't willing to take the risk that I'm willing to take, so he wrote it in a book called 1984 and spelled out exactly what's coming as a warning to the people of the world, as a work of fiction. But you notice that that work of fiction really stirred people up because they knew that it wasn't fiction. In their heart of hearts, everyone who's read that book knows that it's coming.
Here's what Orwell understood. Control doesn't happen overnight. First you distract, then you divide, then you rewrite the rules so people don't even know they're being controlled. 1984 showed us the final destination. A world where nothing is true and everything is permitted except for those in power. For decades, that was just fiction. But now, more and more of the pieces are fitting together. The scenarios that were once ridiculed are beginning to look like the morning news.
Why is it that you are here today, or how is it that you are here today and you're not, conveniently taken away and put in a padded cell somewhere so that you can't speak of these things?
I can tell you this, I began to reveal information in 1976, and I was physically attacked on 2 occasions. My skull was caved in, that's what all these scars are here. On the second attack, I lost my leg, they visited me in the hospital.
I think, yeah, to be fair, in the first 10, 20 seconds, he's giving us all the gist of this in terms of the direction that you're looking at.
I'm just wondering how we got to this level. But because you're speaking to me, I believe, it takes us down this road. Not because I necessarily wanted to go down this road, but I do speak of things from the aspect of having read Revelations when I was 14 years old and read it twice at the same stage. And it was from then that my real awareness and awakening began. But let me see what you have to say about that.
I think the idea of a world government, the way people talk about it, they talk about it as if it's something that we should try to avoid. Like it's something that means we are all in trouble. We have no choice about these things. That's the problem. The way technology is advancing is forcing us to reach that conclusion. And the way he put it in this documentary sounds like something that is possible. It's a plausible argument to say if you don't want to see wars anymore, then you have to have a world government. That's the only way you can end all these wars. It's a plausible argument. The question is, should we accept it or should we not accept it? But I actually think that's not the right question. The right question is, who controls it? Because from his own point of view, are those Freemasons, for want of a better word, the Epstein class, they are the ones that want to control it right now instead of the people controlling that state of the world government, because they are the ones driving us in that direction at the moment. You see what I mean? So that is how I look at it. That's my take on it. I'm not afraid of the idea of having a world government because I don't think it's almost inevitable now. You can't escape it. The world is centralizing. You know how people say we need state police. You like it or not, the world is centralized. Even in the UK, do you know that when you try to submit a form in the UK in one constabulary or one police thing, it's the same form you submit for every other region because they're all centralizing. Because they have to harness their information together to be able to effectively police. And the systems are all harmonizing and becoming centralized. So the world is going to be centralized and you're going to have a world government one way or the other, whether through by force or through consensus. But the question is, who controls it? Is it the Elon Musks or is it the people? That is the challenge we face. So from the point of view of the documentary, they are basically warning us about them, the Epstein class controlling it. I think that is the message they are sending out there. That's why I say it's a warning.
Well, I think it's a lot deeper than that. And I don't believe necessarily you're asking the right questions. There's such a depth, and one won't come to the bottom of that depth. I'm not anywhere near the bottom of suggesting to you that I understand exactly where we're heading into. What I do understand from a point of view of being an African is to ask the question, have we played our part in this world already? That for the last 800 years, we've largely been placed as a black nation, black peoples being placed at the bottom. And given the fact that we come into this life and understand that life has already been lived many eons prior to our existence, do we play the game according to our defense and our growth, or do we just follow? And for me, when I look at it and my endeavors based on my readings, I've been looking for the African continent to be a safe haven for humanity and especially for Black people, because I believe that the underdevelopment of Africa could still stand as its grace. Now, the question I believe we're supposed to ask ourselves, not just as Black people, but as humanity, is do we think we are being lied to on a daily basis by the elites of the world, or are things happening just from the process of development and growth? And I say that we are being lied to. And I believe that the human genius is to be able to recognize the truth. Now, when we use words like right, it is my right, or words like let me start with that, rights and wrongs. Rights and wrongs, fact and fiction, these terminologies are terminologies of trickery. And again, if you have the etymology of these words, you see what they really mean. When a right or fact up against truth, none of these things exist. Truth is far deeper than anybody's right. Truth is far deeper than any fact you want to bring to my table. It's a completely different thing. And we, as human beings and humanity, I believe, are supposed to be entering into truth. I believe if you have truth on your side, for real, there are few things that can come against you. Few, if any. So given these apparatus that we have and these levels that we know are contained within the human being, you know, as an individual human being, you could be 14 years old and still childish mentally and going on with young man's stuff. And then you go to 23, you realize that you got to get your stuff in order, man. I've got to get organized in my mind. And you therefore look to working, look to building a family, look to being responsible. This is a different you than you were when you were 14, or than you are going to be when you're 35. So these are truths that we must tell ourselves, because those are the only truths that you're going to be told. You're not going to be told any truth by anybody apart from that which you allow yourself to entertain. So once you understand that everybody's lying to you, whether they want to lie or not, your parents lied to you, not because they wanted to lie to you, but because they've been lied to. So the lie continues, basically. So when you understand that the lie continues, how are you going to bring that lie to an end? How are you going to now entertain yourself with the truth? And once you find the truth, how are you going to share that truth? These are the real questions, because tomorrow isn't necessarily written, even though there are people who are writing it. Tomorrow is not necessarily written. So given these factors of the fact that we have to tell ourselves the truth, I can't tell you the truth. You know, I can say as much as I want to say, but the truth may not come across. But in your life, if you are aware of yourself in your life, and that you are the arbiter.
How did the revelation and world government end up in awareness of your life?
Well, you know, for me, I read Revelations when I was 14, and then I read the whole Bible, and I ended up again at Revelations. And when I looked at Revelations and I looked at the world, it was suggesting to me that this, what they've written here, is what's going on. It's actually what's going on. As the guy said, it doesn't read like a Bible if you're reading it properly. It reads like a newspaper of today. That's what it reads like. So when you understand that these things are going on, you have to now think, is this man-made? Is a man's mind so magnificent that he can write this? Or is this actually God's word? And I'll leave that to any individual to work that out.
I think it's a man can write that. We produce geniuses all the time. As a matter of fact, one of my most general, how do I put it? To me anyway, the strongest argument for existence or the truthfulness of the Bible or Quran or anything, like when they say that they received message from the Creator, the most compelling argument for that is based on the fact that we create geniuses now and again, and those geniuses are able to do certain things, perceive certain things that we as normal people don't necessarily perceive. So we could have created ones that are able to perceive things that we cannot perceive with our senses, and they were able to do that. But there is no evidence for it. And to be fair, even when geniuses write stuff historically, what they write about is something you can verify. That is the problem. So that is a different point altogether. But the point you made about the revelation, I think there is something there, because even when I read the Revelation, thank you for spending time with us. Ify, I really appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. All these illiterates in the chat, don't mind them. People. They give trouble in us.
Help
Thank
me
you
greet your sister.
I
saw that
appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah,
and so
the man distracted me a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Them. Good night, guys.
See you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us. Yeah, for keeping us on our toes. Yes, regarding let's get back to this mood. So I wanted to carry on what I was talking about. So the revelation that you talked about, what I found, the area that keeps echoing in my mind about revelation is Jezebel the Great. I don't know whether you remember the term Jezebel. Is it Jezebel? Yeah. No. What's the name? It's not Jezebel, actually. Not Jezebel. Who knows? See, I thought you read Revelation. I would have thought you would remember. Something the Great. Babylon the Great.
That's quite different from Jezebel. We're gone.
But it's Babylon the Great. I would have thought you remember it. You see,
from Jezebel, I'll go get to Babylon. I was even thinking about Lilith.
But when you said Babylon that. Then I would have thought the Babylon will catch you on. It's Babylon the Great. So the story of Babylon the Great reminds me of sometimes what Israel is doing today. Because Babylon the Great is riding on the back of a beast. And that beast eventually tore her up because she's controlling a very powerful beast and using it to confound nations and deceive people and all kinds of stuff. That is the story of Babylon the Great. I think maybe I'm missing it a little bit. I can't remember. I've not read it recently. This is decades upon decades ago. I've read it. Yeah, Babylon the Great. Nice one. Equity, fairness, and justice. That's it. You see, he says that's religion. That it means religion. I'm not so sure. It might mean an entity, whether it's we are giving life to something that is very figurative. It could be anything really. But it reminds me more about the way Israel is behaving, controlling such a beast like the US. And at the same time, I get a feeling that the US will consume Israel too, will be a problem for Israel. Like, the term I use all the time, I said Israel will be a problem for the West sooner or later. Because they've created something that is uncontrollable at this stage. And sooner or later, they have to be reined in. And to rein them in is not going to be that easy. They are dangerous. They have nuclear weapons. So look at how we are saying they're going to rein them in. How are you going to rein a nuclear power in? So that's my point. I feel like they are going to be a problem to the West, and the West somehow will have to confront them. So they remind me of Babylon the Great. Whenever they mention Babylon the Great, and I see how Israel is flowing around the world, controlling the US, it's like trying a smaller entity controlling a beast. That is my impression. And is there any other part of the revelation that resembles what I'm seeing?
I think you might have a few things. I think you may have a few things mixed up. In that when they refer to Babylon the Great, it is an entity, and that entity travels in the world. One Babylon the Great was Babylon in itself, a present day Iraq, and the level of control and majesty that it had as a superpower at the time. Now in the book they call it Mystery Babylon. When they talk about Mystery Babylon, you have to wonder who they're speaking about. Is it a mystery of what they call Israel, or the mystery of a name that they didn't have at a time, which is America? And I turn to think that Babylon is America today. And Israel is being protected and is riding on the back of the West, America particularly. The war of the Third World War, as they depict it, is East and West. It's East versus West. The Eastern old power against the Western new power. And who would ride into the future, so to speak. War is being conducted in a highly manipulative, grouped, and fashion where you don't know who's actually on whose side, and that they would agree over years to keep quiet and not expose everything. Now, if you're not engaged in these two sides, I believe that you stand a chance of writing something different. I don't believe that necessarily that the Bible and things of Scripture are man-made. Having said that, it is still man that put his hand to write what was supposedly inspired. Have these levels of complications, you're not going to have all the answers. You're just not going to have all of the answers. And when you don't have all the answers, you have to see what will answer yourself as a tribe of people with justice. Because in a country like Nigeria, and I boil it down again, is that we are living in a country that has no sense of justice. And whatever tribal liens that people have, that is what is seen as justice in such a crackpot arena. So
all I'm wanting to really underline upon these points is how ready are we for these eventualities? Because no matter what you believe, there are things that I would read to you from Revelations that have already happened. And it will be very difficult for any of us to argue that these things haven't already happened. So why not become a Christian? Now, I'm not asking anyone to become a Christian. I don't necessarily believe in Christianity. But I do believe that there is a power. And that power has not fully shown itself. Now, I don't know whether that power is somebody or a entity that is an individual, let's say, or whether that power is a collective, and that collective has to come together and has not yet come together. I don't know. But I keep looking, I keep reading, and I keep trying to understand. And that's largely where I've got to, you know. When I
So,
look at the
but
great,
you see the image of the Babylon the Great there. So they say it's a form of religion. That's how they try to define it as that it's a symbolic figure, often called the whore of Babylon, representing a global system of false religion, corruption, and defiance against God. So it's not just a religion, and it's not just corruption, it's also defiance against God. It is portrayed as a prostitute riding a scarlet beast, influencing world leaders and intoxicating nations with false teachings. So which nation influences world leaders? That is necessary. And at the same time, it says ultimately leading to her destruction. So while influencing world leaders, it doesn't seem like the US itself to me. That's why it reminds me more of Israel. Because Israel, as like a smaller entity influencing other nations, feels like that could lead to a backlash, because those nations are actually larger and bigger.
no, it doesn't matter the size. I don't think it matters the size. It matters the influence and what the influence can do. The size, Israel, no doubt, I'd agree with you, has a lot of influence in the world. But so too did Britain. So too did France at a certain time. And so too has America right now. In our lifetime, it's America that is the power. We were just being born, or I was, when Britain was losing its power or lost its power. You understand?
I think the reason why I feel the Babylon the Great seems to symbolize Israel, that makes it different from, like, say, Great Britain, all the other powers that existed, because it appears as if she's riding on the back of something else. The United Kingdom didn't ride on the back of something else. It rode on its own back to do what it did. Israel is the only nation that...
How did you come to that point? How did you get there?
Okay, the reason why I'm saying that is, like, historically, world powers ride on their own backs. That's based on the power of their men and everything, not being empowered by another power.
No.
So, but let me finish what I'm saying. Israel today, nobody will argue that Israel is being empowered by the US. Am I mistaken? So that is quite relatively unique in terms of history that I know of so far. And I'm not saying this is real. I'm just saying that that's why it reminds me of Babylon the Great. If you look at the beast that she's riding on, that beast ended up doing this. Let me see. I went to video again. Let me see. I don't do image much. So that beast ended up doing this thing to her. So what that, for me, that reminds me of what is possible, because history suggests that even like since 2000 years ago, when the Romans dispersed the Jewish people from Jerusalem, the Jewish people, they've suffered through history persecution intermittently. They will suffer persecution, then they will recover again, gain influence, they will suffer persecution again. And the reason why that happens is because they are not within their own nation. So, and they keep suffering persecution. So now that they've got their own nation, what I see, the reason why that keeps echoing in my mind is America keeps empowering it, and people keep saying, America, stop doing it. You need to stop doing this thing. This thing is causing a lot of problems. And it got into a stage now where more than 2 years ago, I predicted that Israel is going to be a problem for the West sooner or later because they've gone way too far. And it appears the direction of travel, it will kind of correlate with this story, but it doesn't mean it is a story. It might mean that, Babylon the Great is a religion and all that. What do I know? But this is the one it reminds me of the most, because as a nation, Israel is the first major power that is riding on the back of another major power, the superpower, really. Do you have any correlation in history that you can mention like this?
Well, all I can say is that, again, history is what would give you a depiction. From Europe's beginning, I will start in Greece. And when you begin in Greece and what they were doing at the time, Greece and its power of knowledge came from Egypt. And so many of the signs and symbols that were Egyptian, as so many things were birthed out of Egypt. So many things you can break down were birthed directly from Egypt. And Egypt being where it was, it entered into Asia. Its marvelousness. It entered into Europe, and it entered into Africa. And in all these entries, when you speak about Europe and it developing into Rome and it developing into France, let's say, and then it developing into England in terms of powers, that then developed into America. Now, when you look at how America was constructed geographically, especially in the towns and cities, it was depicted under a lot of ancient followings. Same in the UK. The UK's power and ride in the world is because they had information about how to build empires and what empires
Hold on. But that is not the question. Is about.
Yeah, but if you don't follow that, then for you
No,
to
I
say
understand that you're replacing what they
no,
are
no, no,
riding on as
for
information.
you to say that America did it by itself is a big question mark. This is why I asked you, how did you arrive there? Because
Okay,
there's always been.
I hear what you are saying, but America was not brought up to be a superpower by another nation, and it wasn't being defended by another nation continuously, like the way because this one is riding on the back of the beast, literally. And the only correlation that I've seen in history that resembles anything like that, I'm sure they must exist in history, because I'm sure there must be a nation out there that another superpower or an empire like the Roman Empire supported to oppress other people. I'm sure they must exist. But today, when I look at the world, the only nation that exists on the back of a country that people call the Great Satan, something like America, the Iranians call America the Great Satan. So, of a beast, the nation that is riding that beast. Because if you look at the beast in this image, the beast looks a lot fiercer than the woman on it. So, in other words, the beast is physically more powerful, but the woman can ride it. And it looks like what Israel is doing today. America is more powerful than Israel.
And I hear you, and I won't necessarily disagree. All I would say, obviously, you think it's Israel, I think it's America. The thing is with Israel is we have to ask ourselves, who are those people who call themselves Israeli? Are they actually Judah? Are they Jews? Are they something else? And this is what
personally, when I call Israel today, I'm not tying them to the Jews of the Bible, and I'm calling Israel as a state, as an entity, because they didn't say whether it has anything to do with any particular. Like the Babylon the Great, the lady herself, is not said to be any particular race or anything. I think they just call her deceiver of nations. And if you look at the influence of Israel today, if you check the Epstein file, they are literally sitting on top of many nations. literally are on top of many nations. They are controlling them. With the spyware that they are using, I've got Abidjan, this one, many of them are using their tools to control their societies. And this is a relatively small nation, and I worry that sometimes they are biting more than they can chew. And the certain about, okay, I wouldn't say the certain, I don't know anything about it. All I know is that the ideology of the evangelicals involves Israel suffering. These crazy Christians in America that are backing Israel now, it also involves the Jews that they believe that are in Israel converting to Christianity, and for that to happen, about a third or two-thirds of them getting destroyed. That reminds me of this image more than anything. It's like Israel is tangling with them, not understanding that the beast that they're tangling with is dangerous for them too. That is the impression it gives me. But obviously, I'm sure it's completely not wrong. Maybe there is something to be learned from, the Bible, from the point of view that, okay, this symbolic stuff may represent some understanding of dynamics of tangling with a powerful
Yes.
entity.
I think that is accurate. I think it is about power and symbols. These people, what they read is symbols, and they, in their symbiology, they use it for their own laughter. They laugh at the ignorant and those who have no idea about what's really going on, and they do it all the time. I would suggest that where you are in your understanding about global power, you would need to understand a lot about symbolism and how it's been used. And I would say that these things can crash your mind because they're many, various, and deep, and it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And because it doesn't stop, you have to be able to balance yourself upon some spiritual appreciation that you can ride the waves that are coming, because they are going to be magnificent, giant waves coming towards us as a human race. And I don't think that many of us are going to be able to live through it. I think the world is corrupt to the last level, and all we can really look forward to seeing is doom. And because people like me don't really want to speak about doom all day long, we prefer to feel that there's something within the human biology, the human psyche, the human being. There's something with us that, if love is understood and shown, that there may be a way of getting over it. And when I say love, I don't mean uh, what do they call it? Love between man and woman, and no. I mean love in that the power of it. We hardly test the power of love as a human race anymore. Largely, what we do, we test our own individual powers of manipulation rather than power of love. So we, as a human race, we've got a long way to go in understanding that what is good for us in an entity called Nigeria, and what we have to show ourselves in an entity called Nigeria, and what we are basically not showing ourselves, is what we need for Nigeria, and as I said, to create for ourselves a safe haven, because it's going to get messy. Sometimes if you just take a look at what's happening in Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine over the last 25 years or so, those people, they haven't really had a rest from bombs being rained upon them. None of us who watch it on TV have any idea what that is like. Now imagine the whole world is under that kind of tyranny, where you have no escape. You can't even run to a different country. Wherever you are, you're getting bombed to hell. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all. It's not going to be a matter of me and you having this kind of discussion. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
Jago, I've enjoyed you coming in today and having this easy level conversation. People like to think that it's always good to have a lot of people come in, but it felt more relaxed, more like a podcast actually. More like a podcast actually. And there was a time I was even saying that maybe it's not a good idea for too many people to be coming in, but clearly this is have your say. So maybe when one has the time, one can start doing shows where we can actually go more in depth. Maybe even if there are 3 people on the panel, 4 people, then it's just limited. Then the others can just watch. And when you finish the session, you close out. Then maybe if another show starts, another set might come in again later on. So I do enjoy when fewer people are around.
It's not a bad idea. It's just the way it's organized, I think. Largely, I still see you as the number 2 compare after Rudolph. There's a way that Rudolph does his show that I think most people appreciate, and if they want to get involved, they do. I think if you were just to break your show up in a certain way, especially if there are things you see, sometimes it's been said and reminded about that to write down prior to you having a show, because it's obvious to me that you don't write it. You don't write what you're going to. It's very obvious.
How could you tell? How could you tell? How could you discover my shame?
Yeah, but if you were to put pen to paper over 1 or 2 of the things that you actually want to do, you would achieve.
I know you're right.
You would achieve a lot more, and you would actually bring yourself out more as an intellect, as opposed to somebody who's grabbing information there, because you can brush yourself up as to whichever subject that you want to talk about. So when you put questions, to people, they have depth and they bring out more of what people have to say. You know what I mean? Well, me too. I mean, it was fair to do what we did, and I didn't come on to do this at all. I came on just to go against 1 or 2 things that we speak about. And again, I think your show in particular should be used more to enlighten people away from their Nigerianness. Our Nigerianness is what's that terminology? Your momo too much. That is what it is to be a man. Their momo is too much, mate. It's too much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's too strong.
It's just terrible. It's like, where are you going to go with that? Where are you going? Where are you going? Who are you going to spellbound into that rubbish rhetoric you're speaking? Who? It's ridiculous.
I was on this panel one day, and I was talking to some panel. I know you don't like him, one man, and but if you think one man was bad, you need to hear these people that were on this planet with him. They were shouting at me, or like, this is a Yoruba panel, and all. They were talking about it. Were just they were doing that, but it was, you can tell it wasn't like hard. It wasn't that serious. They were just jousting you, and if somebody didn't know, they would take it seriously. So we were talking, and I was having a go at them. They were having a go at me. Or like, then later on, we started talking, and then I said, "Oh, it's very interesting that we're here having a go at each other, but because we have trouble. Some of you have trouble managing your identities, but the identity that you forget is the identity that brought us all here, that you choose not to acknowledge. That is why we are on this panel together, that Nigerian identity." While they were busy arguing this thing. So there was a kind of micro silence that acknowledged that point. They don't know I can hear it, but it was there. Because sometimes awareness is not there amongst our people. You are literally sitting in a panel with your fellow countrymen while saying you are not part of them.
Well, this is what I hear. What I hear when I listen to a lot of our shows that are black, we are typically black. We are typically Nigerian. It's just typical. This is how we speak. And that typicality it's what we complain about our leaders. It's the same thing. You are trying to oppress me because you think that the one who has mouth. You idiot. I can't help but to curse when I come across such things. It
Yeah.
means it's like such an entanglement the way we behave. Rubbish. Just read the comments, you will see that we're behaving like a leader. Somebody will now, because of what I said, that this man is Tinubu or this man is Sunday Boho. So I mean, where do you get all these things from? Where?
Yeah.
And you want us to take you seriously? Go and kill yourself. I'm sorry, but that's my.
No, come on, man. You always have to go too far. Don't do that, please. You're gonna
Sorry,
get
man. Sorry, I can't. I mean, sometimes it's like that's the best thing that they can do for all.
You know, thank you for coming in, Jago. I really appreciate it, and I enjoyed the conversation, like I always do when we have these our conversations. And thank you. Let me thank the people in the chat, and I hope you like, share, and subscribe. I didn't do enough of that. I probably should have reminded the people more, and donate to the channel. Even if you don't donate live right now, after the video is the live stream is ended, you can still donate. Don't always donate only when they can read out your comment. You can donate in silence, and Dr. Damage will acknowledge you when we come on live next time. So equity, fairness, and justice, thank you for joining us. A for real, thank you for joining us. Don Anthony, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Kenry Bar, Light B2, thank you for joining us. B21, Chana, thank you for joining us, Chana. Boom Boom Ray, I see you there. Thank you for joining us too, Boom Boom Ray. Pansat, I see you there too. Soji, you're on the panel. Jagon, thank you for joining us. OBO, I see you there. OBO, thank you for joining. Obino, actually it's Obino, thank you for joining us. Mini Stable, thank you for joining us, Mini Stable. DKO, thank you. I see you there, DKO. I appreciate you. Kulata, I think I've sent Kulata already. Thank you all for joining us today. Till tomorrow, Dr. Damage is going to be on. Actually, today, Dr. Damage is going to be on, and he will be speaking to one of the early founders of the platform, and try to join him and KJ for the after show. That would be a great look at Panza. Panza is saying that I had an epiphany. The only time you agree with me is when I say something about people that is really, really, really positive. That's when the Panza agree with me. Juicy G, I see you there, Juicy G. I don't know who that is actually. Crimson Nebula, I see you there, Crimson Nebula. Thank you for joining us. I think that's from my Teenager channel. Just Reason, thank you for joining us, Just Reason. Appreciate you. And let me put the channel that you need to subscribe to on the screen, so that anyone that wants to subscribe can feel free to subscribe to this channel. Let's see what that is. That's it there. All right, let me put that on so that you can check it out. Check the channel out for subscription. Feel free to subscribe to True Nigeria's channel. We need a subscriber base, and also subscribe to Dr. Damage's. I like to assume that most of the viewers of this channel already subscribe to Dr. Damage's channel. So also subscribe to True Nigeria's channel, and whenever we are live, you'll be able to get notification that we are on. Remember to click the bell too, as they say. And till next time.
Hybrid wants a quick shout out.
Oh wait,
Hybrid 10.
Hybrid 10 is around. Oh, look at that. This is Hybrid 10. This is very petty of you.
I like him though. He's a cool guy. He's a cool guy.
I did hear. Hybrid 10, I see you. Thank you for joining us. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, he's been very supportive. He's always been around, and it's not very negative. Okay, you see, the moment I thought negative, I thought about Tatawu. That Tatawu is super negative. Where is he? Tatawu is super negative. He hardly says anything positive about anything. anytime he opens his mouth, it's like Motown too. Motown is always very negative with everything anybody says. So thank you all for joining us. I will find a nice. Okay, let me just play. I want to find one song. Okay, I will play the South one today. I'm going to be doing is to do the one for Taraba State. Nigeria is a, and let me say this. Nigeria is a very strange country sometimes. Taraba State in Nigeria, there was this lady, she made a video about Taraba State. She literally had to try to teach people where Taraba State is in Nigeria because according to her, they get tired of telling people they are from Taraba State. People will be like, where? Where is that in Nigeria? And even on the chart where she put it, some people said, who snuck Taraba into Nigeria? Like they don't know Taraba is even part of Nigeria. She was literally teaching them, but this is where Taraba is. So they're like, I don't believe you. This is not part of Nigeria. And it's a massive state. And it turns out that state is where the Mambila Plateau is. I'm telling you, Jago, you really need to follow Nigeria. If you follow these things that I'm doing, it reveals things to you that you would not normally perceive. And these people, do you know that some of these people I think the Koteb tribe in the Mambila Plateau, they look more like South Africans than the Congolese. You know those shapely women that we talk about? That's how they look. I see how you laughed about that one now because we are talking about shapely women. But my point is because of how they looked. I was like, whoa, these people look more like South Africans than it looks like those people moved all the way from Mambila Plateau to South Africa without changing that much. That's how it felt. It's crazy. And that is the area they said the Bantu expansion actually started because they actually speak a Bantoid language. You can't even make it up. They speak a Bantoid language in that region of this is Nigeria. It's a very fascinating, and because of it, I couldn't do the cultural stuff because it's so broad. They say they have about 80 tribes in that state. How am I supposed to start with that one? That is crazy. They have about 80 tribes, and they are so complicated, and their history is they have quite a big history. But Nigerians don't care because of our politics. We don't value one of the most valuable parts of Nigeria. We don't value one of the most valuable parts, the homeland of the Bantus.
Ross, this is why I almost want to say I know that Nigeria is more than an experiment of the Oyinbo. In that place called Nigeria, we've got a job to do. And for me, the job is obvious. It's because of we are so many and we are so foundational. We are so essential to Africa as a whole. And I think after Kenya and Ethiopia, in terms of what the beginnings were like, and Egypt, in terms of the obviousness of Egypt, we can speak about the three great nations of Ghana or civilization of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai. But it's broken down into the new world for the past God knows how many years. And Nigeria is significant. And instead of us arguing and killing each other in the way we do, we're supposed to show a deep enmity of love, an enmity of manhood, and an enmity of grace and justice. And if we did that, we would have taught the whole world an awful lot. And I don't think we know that we're supposed to gear our boys and girls for that effect and to make the changes necessary. Because I don't really know why we bring our children up the way we do it. It doesn't give me any understanding as to who it is that we are. I don't know why our cultures are the way they are. Whilst they have so many good things, they have probably more bad things than good things within the cultures that we share. And I think we're supposed to do a job of distilling who it is that we are to our core and bringing that out to share amongst us, a real edification we're supposed to be sharing amongst each other instead of sharing all these idiotic insults and rubbish that we do all day long and expect someone to respect it. I don't know how somebody would expect me to behave in such a way when I have crazy people behaving rubbish around me. Who's going to behave himself? I'm not me. Not me.
The thing I found also is that we as a people on a kind of optimistic kind of view, we are almost like a new species in the world. Because even if we've existed for, just as long as all humanity, let's face it, but we've been restricted to the continent. We didn't have any need to leave the continent because we dominated the continent by and large. So this is the first time in the last 400-500 years was when we actually truly spread all over the world.
Mm.
And from that point of view, we are like a new introduction into the globe. And that to an extent may also account for a level of amnesia and a level of disconnect compared to the way others behave. And but the optimistic part is that there's a reason why we dominated the continent, and that reason may come to fruition sooner or later. Either it was a fluke and we maybe go into the wilderness somehow, or we emerge and become what some people feel we could become based on projections today, that by the end of the century, Africans will be 4 billion. It will be at least 25% of the world population. So that is a significant shift. And if that happens, it means the fact that we dominated the continent could also mean we could dominate the world too. So each other, we just never bother to leave the continent.
I think you're right. I think you're right. And I'll tell you this is why, for all the failures that I personally have had in life, the small successes that I've had, they've been quite powerful. And when I look at what Nigerians have been able to achieve outside of Nigeria, I also find this quite a fundamental thing. And then I look at history. I look at my father, my grandfather's generation, what they were able to do. And I see that we come from something. We come from something, man. And given all these things, we are able to offer our children a lot, our children and grandchildren. We're able to offer them a lot. And the more you can offer your children, believe it, the more powerful you are as a nation. And I want us to appreciate these things and stop all this tomfoolery, childishness. We should smack childishness out. So the more people speak in a childish manner, that more difficult it becomes. We're supposed to underline rubbish when we see it. We really are. We're supposed to underline it, man.
Thanks, man.
Yes, brother.
Thanks.
Until tomorrow.
Till later today, as people in the UK,
yes.
We know ourselves now. We are still here.
Now we be the real giant of Africa in London here.
I don't know why, man. We the UK people, there's something about
those
us.
Americans. They don't weak finish.
I'm telling you, and it's not even night for them. They are gone already. Like, let's go and rest, Johnny. This is too much for us. We can't stay as long as
that's right. That's right.
We the UK people, I don't know why we have endurance for all these things. I'm not sure why actually. UK people, and then even the show will be back somewhere. It will be somewhere right now.
It will be somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
It will be somewhere. And when show come on, he doesn't come and talk nonsense. He will come and clarify things for everybody, Joe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he talks with common sense now. Something people. I don't know how people survive in X. X is a very, very rough place.
Oh, bro.
I don't like to stay there, man. It's a very, very rough.
I don't even go. I've never been a part of it. I saw it because of one of my before.
Yeah, don't get involved.
I used to sneak in, and I was shocked. I was shocked at the level, man. And then when I saw them that they were doing porn on there, I thought, nah, this is not a serious thing.
That is not the grisly images.
It's terrible, man. I mean, I thought this
traumatizing stuff
isn't.
that you see there.
Nah, not for me, man. Not for me. I get one or two standards. Not many, but one or two or more.
Exactly. Now, yeah. Me, I feel like I will become too visceral and very, very. I will be taking things a little bit too far. So, all right, then let's close out. Till next
Nice
time.
one.
Yeah,
Look
later.
out, brother.
Bye.
Easy.
Yep.
Why is it you dance especially for me today? Yeah. Yes. Fine.
Holy Lord.